Chapter 831. The upheaval in the City Lord's mansion was very sudden. No one could have imagined that the entire City Lord's mansion would be razed to the ground in an instant. Not only were all the divine guards killed, even City Lord Baum was not spared. He was destroyed along with the City Lord's mansion. Han Shua's demon general, who had been keeping an eye on the City Lord's mansion, was accidentally caught in the shockwave and exploded to death in the violent space-time undulations. If even a demon general in his intangible state could not escape death, there was no doubt that other living beings would not be spared. The upheaval in the City Lord's mansion plunged everyone into panic. When they discovered that the City Lord's mansion was razed to the ground, they did not know if they should continue staying in Ethereal City. Just like Han Shua, members of a few lesser family clans who lived close to the City Lord's mansion had witnessed the destruction of the City Lord's mansion. News of Baum's dying scream quickly spread across the entire Ethereal City. Everyone knew that the destruction of the City Lord's mansion was caused by the Overgod of Space. Every single person in Ethereal City kept quiet out of fear and wondered how Baum had neglected the Overgod of Space. For a time, everyone in Ethereal City felt insecure. Many shops were temporarily closed. Those lesser family clans and those from other divine dominions who had just arrived in Ethereal City did not dare to stay any longer after hearing the news. They made up excuses and left the city. All the gods in Ethereal City were terrified of the Overgod's wrath. It turned out that the few divine guards of Ethereal City were still maintaining order in the city. However, they were all trembling in fear. They did not know if they would suffer the same fate that befell the City Lord's mansion. However, they did not dare to flee. They knew that they could not withstand the might of an Overgod, especially when the attacker was the Overgod of Space. They knew that if the Overgod wanted them dead, they would not be able to survive no matter where they hid. Therefore, it was better for them to stay in Ethereal City and await the Overgod's judgment. No one in the city knew what was going on. Only Han Shua had a vague guess that McKinley must have gone to the shrine to meet the Overgod of Space, which was why the situation was like this. However, Han Shua did not know what McKinley had said to the Overgod of Space. He did not know how McKinley had convinced the Overgod of Space to kill Baum so decisively. Naturally, Han Shua did not leave Ethereal City. On the contrary, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was one of the few shops in Ethereal City that were still open for business as though nothing had happened. Han Shua urged his pharmacist to refine some commonly used medicines in order to maintain the supply of medicines that were in short supply. Han Shua believed that McKinley, who had gone to meet the Overgod of Space, would return to Ethereal City soon. As expected, 5 days later, McKinley suddenly entered Ethereal City in a high-profile manner. Many years ago, McKinley was quite famous in Ethereal City. This time, when the people were in a state of panic, McKinley came on behalf of the Overgod with a divine talisman bestowed by the Space Overgod. The talisman could prove that McKinley was the new City Lord of Ethereal City. At this moment, everyone was trembling in fear. They didn't know who the God of Space and Time would vent his anger on next. Although McKinley's arrival surprised many, more people gradually calmed down. The few remaining Divine Guard Corps leaders did not raise any objections after seeing the divine talisman in McKinley's hand. They unanimously acknowledged McKinley's identity. McKinley's arrival was like a dose of tranquilizer injected into the chaotic Ethereal City. When McKinley, representing the Overgod of Space, announced that Baum had colluded with god hunters and other crimes, and that all the divine guards in the City Lord's mansion had betrayed the integrity of Ethereal City and should be punished accordingly, Baum's death was justified. Soon after, McKinley announced that Ethereal City would remain as it was, and that the Overgod of Space had no intention of interfering with the trifling matters of the city, and would not pursue the crimes of others. Without the slightest hindrance, McKinley, who had the Overgod's divine talisman in hand, became the new City Lord of Ethereal City. All the divine guards in Ethereal City immediately pledged their loyalty to him, and accused Baum of all the crimes. McKinley had been busy with the affairs of Ethereal City, and had not visited Han Shua. It was only after he had gained full control of Ethereal City, designated Baum's private manor as the new City Lord's mansion, met with the patriarchs of all major family clans and merchant associations in the city, and finally returned peace and stability to Ethereal City that he came to Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua wasn't quite used to McKinley's arrival. Compared to before, McKinley's realm seemed to have improved yet again. He seemed to have swept away the haze and misfortune of the past. He seemed to be in high spirits and radiating a different kind of vitality. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that McKinley was even more powerful than Baum. It appeared that McKinley had reaped great benefits in the Temple of Space. He must have received the blessings of the Over-God. Otherwise, there was no way his strength could have improved by so much. McKinley, did you have a fortuitous encounter in the temple? Asked Han Shuo smilingly after sizing him up. McKinley smiled but did not answer. He wore a complacent face as he strolled around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After a while he said, Baum sure is generous with his capital. I was planning to look for a new shop for you, but it seems that I won't be needing it. The one Baum chose for you is already very good. The two chatted and laughed. After they entered the shop, McKinley turned to Han Shuo and said apologetically, It's not convenient for me to talk about the temple. Have you heard about what happened in the City Lord's mansion a few days ago? Recently, everyone in Ethereal City has been talking about the destruction of the City Lord's mansion. Of course I have heard about it. I did not expect you to be so capable. You did not even need to lift a finger to kill Baum, said Han Shuo smilingly. Not only had McKinley regained a new life, he had also become the City Lord of Ethereal City. He appeared to be very happy. He said, That's because Baum deserved to die. Moreover, the position of City Lord should have been mine in the first place. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Haha, Brian, I promised you that I would help you make a few Space Divine devices. Have you thought about what kind of Space Divine device you need? I don't need offensive ones. I just need something that can allow us to meet from a distance. For example, something like a magical mirror. Also, if possible, help me make an interplanar transportation matrix. I need these things. Han Shuo thought for a moment before he answered. He himself knew how to refine Space Divine devices, and they were all of the offensive kind. He only did not know how to make interplanar transportation devices. Therefore, he needed McKinley's help. Don't worry, no problem at all. McKinley agreed without hesitation. He sincerely urged Han Shuo to stay in Ethereal City, hoping that Han Shuo could continue to live in the city. Having learned his lesson from what happened to Wallace in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't dare to casually agree to Wallace's request. Although he appeared to be on good terms with McKinley and had once saved his life, it was hard to say if McKinley would still treat Han Shuo the way he did in the past if there was a conflict of interest. Most importantly, the Space Dominion, like the Darkness Dominion, was governed by two Over-Gods. Even though McKinley was the City Lord of Ethereal City, he had to obey the Over-God of Space's orders. As Han Shuo did not cultivate in the Edict of Space, there was no way he could become the City Lord of Ethereal City. If the Over-God of Space found him an eyesore, there was nothing Han Shuo could do about it. Ever since Han Shuo witnessed Baum's fate through the demon generals, he had developed a deep fear of the Over-Gods. He knew that for the time being, he would not be a match for any of the Over-Gods. Before he gained sufficient strength, it would be best for him not to provoke any of them. You really don't want to stay in Ethereal City? McKinley seemed to be very disappointed. He sighed and said, Ethereal City is in need of manpower. Given your strength, if you stay in Ethereal City, it will become the most powerful city in the Space Dominion. I'm willing to govern Ethereal City with you. Given our friendship, nothing like what happened to you in the City of Shadows will happen again. After all, you are the one who gave me my life. McKinley seemed to be very sincere in his words. It seemed that he was very willing to let Han Shuo stay in Ethereal City. Unfortunately, although he was the City Lord of Ethereal City, the Over-God of Space was the one in charge. Besides, Han Shuo had his own plans. Therefore, he politely declined McKinley's invitation and said, I really don't want to stay in Ethereal City. But don't worry, I will visit you often. Haha, I will be counting on you to take care of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City, McKinley guaranteed. What special materials do you need to refine a Space Divine weapon? Tell me and I will gather them for you. With the Goldstone Enterprise, Han Shuo could get his hands on a lot of special materials. Now that McKinley had agreed to refine a divine weapon for him, Han Shuo naturally had to do the same. You don't have to worry about that. As it turns out, I already have my own special material warehouse in Ethereal City. After Baum's death, I discovered that Baum had opened up a small dimension in the sky above the City Lord's mansion. There you will have no problem gathering materials. Give me a year and I will make you all kinds of special space divine weapons. McKinley put on a faint smile. He continued, however, I will need you to choose a special area to use the interplanar transportation matrix. I believe you don't have any good locations for now. You can wait. Then I will thank you in advance. I will come to Ethereal City in a year's time, replied Han Shuo. Brian, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay a little longer? McKinley sounded a little sad when he heard from Han Shuo that Han Shuo was about to leave. My son is slightly injured. I need to find someone to settle a debt with. Han Shuo's face turned dark. When he recalled that Metal Elite Zombie was nearly killed by someone, he had the urge to skin that person alive. Now that the 5 elite zombies had arrived and McKinley's matter had been perfectly resolved, Han Shuo had no intention of wasting any more time. He was ready to depart for the fringe. Chapter 832. With the 5 elite zombies gathered in Ethereal City, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy branch was managed by a trustworthy employee. McKinley, as the new city lord of Ethereal City, would naturally look after everything in the city for Han Shuo. Even Metal Elite Zombie's Goldstone shop would not run into any trouble. With everything ready, Han Shuo, Little Skull Han Hao, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose departed from Ethereal City and headed for the fringe. Little Skull Han Hao only learned that Metal Elite Zombie was injured later on. He asked Metal Elite Zombie about the assailant but could not figure out who it was. Han Shuo asked about it and learned that although Little Skull Han Hao knew a few of the God Hunter leaders in the fringe, he did not know much about the fringe. After all, the fringe was not made up of only God Hunters. It was filled with experts from all over the fringe. The most vicious and heinous of the 12 dominions were all gathered there, making the fringe one of the most dangerous places in the world. None of Han Shuo's party were weak in strength. The 5 elite zombies all possessed miraculous energies. The journey was very fast. In just a few days they had left Ethereal City and arrived in the vast wilderness. On this day, Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies arrived at the fortress where Han Mu and Han Shui were besieged. As soon as Han Mu appeared, many gods in the fortress cried out in alarm. They looked at Han Mu with gazes filled with fear. It was as though they were afraid that Han Mu would do something that would make them curse him. Damn it, you can't even look after your women. What's the point of looking at me? Han Mu looked around and saw that everyone was nervously guarding against him. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He did not think that Han Mu's deeds would have any impact. But now that he had entered the city, all the gods with wives were so fearful of Han Mu. Han Shuo was greatly surprised. He asked in a low voice, Brat, it seems that you have made a lot of enemies. It has nothing to do with me. They are the ones who are too nervous. Han Mu forced a smile and said to Han Shui, Little Shui, why are you so careful? With father and big brother around, no one would dare to court death. Those women are all lunatics. If they don't care about their lives and want to settle the score with you, will you kill them as well? Han Shui glared at him and scolded snappily. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Han Mu was obviously stunned. After thinking for a moment, he immediately reacted and said to Han Shuo with a bitter smile, Father, let's go. What Little Water said makes sense. If those crazy women really want to take revenge on me at all costs, and I can't kill them myself, it will be really troublesome. Han Shuo was stunned. He thought to himself, this brat is really giving me something to do. Seeing that all the gods in the fortress were looking at them with strange gazes, Han Shuo did not intend to stay any longer. Before Han Mu's crazy women came looking for them, they quickly left the fortress. Not long after Han Mu, Han Shuo, and the others left the fortress, 4 women came looking for them. The 4 women were of different ages, but all of them were extraordinarily beautiful. When they came to the area where Han Mu had just been, they looked around and immediately shouted Han Mu's name. As they shouted, they scolded Han Mu, saying that he was heartless and heartless. It didn't take long for the 4 women to discover each other's presence. In front of the many gods in the fortress, they started cursing each other. When they heard that Han Shuo had just left the fortress, they immediately stopped cursing each other and chased after Han Mu and Han Mu. "Damn it, you little brat, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Han Shuo put on a wry smile as he listened to the lovable cries coming from the fort. He instructed, "Let's go. We need to leave this place as soon as possible before those crazy women catch up to us." "Faster, faster," Han Mu urged. He took the lead and flew in the front, fearing that he would be caught. After leaving the fortress, Little Skull, Han Hao, led the way and flew through the forest. After 2 days he suddenly stopped in front of a huge waterfall. The waterfall flowed straight down, and a cold pond with splashing water could be seen, forming a meandering stream that flowed into the distance. When Han Shui saw the waterfall in front of him, he immediately let out a soft cry and turned into a white shadow that dived into the waterfall like a little fish. As a cultivator of water energy, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not immerse himself in water for a period of time. Now that he had finally come across such a clean and refreshing waterfall, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. Han Tu and Han Hua did not like water very much. They stood on a tree and looked at the waterfall from a distance. Rose, Han Mu, and Han Jin gathered around them. They stood on a smooth stone wall and washed their faces with some cold water. After Little Skull, Han Hao led them to the cave. He said to Han Shu, "Father, my men are here. I'll go make the necessary arrangements." "All right." Han Shu nodded and gestured for his son to return as soon as possible. Han Hao's body flickered, passed through the splashing waterfall, and landed in a dark cave behind it. As soon as he entered the cave, a few god hunters who had been eyeing Han Mu, Han Shui, and the others from the dark cave immediately walked out. The leader of the group, a hideous-looking man covered in scars, softly asked, "Is that you, Chief?" Little Skull Han Hao did not answer. He released the evil aura from his body to show his identity. As soon as the burly man sensed the evil energy that filled the cave, he immediately bowed and joyfully said, "Chief, is it really you?" As soon as he finished saying those words, a group of sinister-looking god hunters gathered from all the winding caves. "Chief, did you lure those people to the waterfall? Should we get rid of them?" They did not know the relationship between Little Skull, Han Hao, Han Shua, and the others. Han Hao had never mentioned anything about it. In the past, Little Skull, Han Hao had lured pursuers or enemies with ulterior motives to the waterfall. These god hunters thought that this time would be the same. Ever since they started following Little Skull, Han Hao, they had never seen him have any friends, nor had they seen him being friendly to anyone. In their imagination, Little Skull, Han Shua, should be an absolutely cold-blooded, heartless, and ruthless person. It was only natural that he would think that Han Shua and the others who came with him were nothing but prey. They are not prey, they are friends. To their surprise, Little Skull, Han Hao, replied indifferently. He pointed at Han Shui, Han Mu, and the others who were separated by the waterfall and said, "Remember what they look like. Do not attack them under any circumstances, understand?" These god hunters had never been given such a formal order before. They were all startled and tried to guess the identities of Han Shua and the others. After a while, they hastily nodded and expressed that they would obey Han Hao's orders. "You are no match for them." Little Skull, Han Hao, coldly groaned and said, "If one day you run into them and they insist on killing you, just tell them that they are my subordinates." After taking a short pause, Han Hao said, "Return to the Death Dominion and bring the others to the Fringe. From now on, we will no longer be operating in the Death Dominion. The Fringe will be our new destination." "That's great, Chief. Haha, the Fringe is our playground. We have long wanted to come to this place. We can roam around openly in the Fringe. No one will do anything to us because we are god hunters. Chief, are we going to stay in the Fringe forever?" The malevolent-looking man was overjoyed to hear Little Skull's words. In the 12 Overgods, god hunters would be ostracized and hunted by all the factions. However, due to the unique geography of the Fringe, it was not under the jurisdiction of any overgod. In addition, the people living in the Fringe were all vicious and evil people from all over the dominions. God hunters were nothing in the Fringe. As long as they did not offend anyone, no one would care about them. In the Fringe, they could even live like normal people and conduct all kinds of business in broad daylight. To the god hunters and other gods who could no longer make a living in the dominions, The fringe was a paradise that could accommodate them. They would not have to worry about being hunted down by the dominions and could live comfortably. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to survive. Although the people of the fringe were not bound by the 12 over-gods, there were just too many vicious people in the fringe. Without sufficient strength, they might be killed the moment they set foot in the fringe. That's right, we will be staying in the fringe from now on. Little Skull Han Hao nodded and said, "Go then. Do not delay on your way back to the Death Dominion and bring the rest of the people here. When you arrive at the fringe, just ask Polo for news about me." "Yes, Chief." Scarface bowed and nodded. Then he led the god hunters back into the cave and left through a different direction. Before they left, they took a few deep glances at Han Mu, Han Shua, and the others, memorizing their appearances so that they would not slip up if they encountered them in the future. After taking care of his subordinates, Little Skull Han Hao walked out from the waterfall. When he came to Han Shua smilingly said, "Not bad, those people look cold and fierce. They even knew how to cooperate when they came out from the cave. It seems that they have been trained quite a bit by that person." Through his demon generals, Han Shua had clearly seen the conversation between Little Skull and the god hunters. "In the memories my father gave me, there are some secret demonic formations that I have used on them. As a result, they are more united than your average god hunters. They know how to win through teamwork," replied Little Skeleton. He didn't try to be modest. Han Shua nodded smilingly and praised, "You have done well." For him to be able to do all that just by relying on demonic arts memories, it seemed that he had truly inherited the mysteries of demonic arts. After taking a short pause, Han Shua asked, "You said that you still have subordinates in the Death Dominion. How many people do you have in total?" Han Shua was very curious about how many god hunters he had recruited over the past 50 years. "I have 3 companies with more than 300 people. Every single one of them has been personally trained by me, and they know how to cooperate. They are much stronger than the divine guards of an average city," replied Little Skull Han Hao proudly. Han Shua was overjoyed to hear those words. He did not expect that Little Skull could bring him such a pleasant surprise. Those people possessed extraordinary strength and were callous and bloodthirsty. In addition, they knew how to cooperate in demonic formations. They were perhaps even more powerful than the divine guards Han Shua had trained in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. And there were 300 of them. Chapter 833. In the northwest of the fringe, Polo, one of the god hunter leaders, had long received 2 million black crystal coins from Little Skull Han Hao. Polo did not express any particular displeasure about Han Hao receiving McKinley's divine body as soon as he stepped out of the city. After all, he had already received the black crystal coins. One day, while Polo was torturing a beautiful woman in Tanai's prison, he received news from one of his subordinates in Ethereal City. "My Lord Baum is dead." According to the rumor from Ethereal City, the overgod of space razed the entire City Lord's mansion to the ground in a fit of rage. Kodiak, who was responsible for bringing McKinley's divine body out of the City Lord's mansion, bowed and reported to Polo. Polo was startled and softly cried out, "What?" "The overgod of space razed Baum and the City Lord's mansion to the ground." Kodiak repeated the news. Polo turned pale with fright and said, "I had guessed that Baum would die, but I did not expect that the killer would be the overgod of space. This is inconceivable. What's the situation in Ethereal City now?" Polo had thought that McKinley would join hands with Little Skull Han Hao to kill Baum. He did not expect that things would turn out this way. McKinley has returned to Ethereal City with the overgod's divine talisman. He has now become the City Lord of Ethereal City. "My lord, I don't think that McKinley is a person who is willing to do business with us. Him becoming the City Lord of Ethereal City doesn't seem to bring us much benefit," said Kodiak with his brows bunched. Polo pushed the beautiful woman away and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about McKinley. What's more important is Han Hao. Since he saved McKinley and Han Hao is the leader of our God Hunter Alliance, I believe that McKinley won't be so heartless." Do you have any news about Han Hao? I'm more interested in him. Last time he sent someone to deliver a message asking us to pay attention to the robbery of Goldstone Enterprise. We have asked around but haven't found anything yet, said Kodiak. Do your best to investigate. I think that Han Hao and the owner of the Golden Stone store must have an extraordinary relationship. The Golden Stone shop has branches in every divine realm. It is said that they have ores that other shops can never find. If we can establish a relationship with the Golden Stone shop, it will be greatly beneficial to us in the future. Tell them to keep an eye on this matter and report to me as soon as they have any news. Polo ordered. Yes, my lord. Kodiak bowed and retreated. He immediately left with his god hunters. Oh. Half a month later, Han Shua and his party finally stepped out of the Space Dominion and entered the Fringe. As soon as Han Shua entered the land of chaos, he discovered that it was a chaotic place. Along the way, he saw corpses drenched in blood everywhere. Fights to the death were common. Some god hunters were devouring cultivators of the same energy as them. There were no rules to speak of. And this was just the outermost region of the Fringe. As Han Shua and his party approached the Fringe, they saw more and more fights. There was no order in the land of chaos. There were no divine guards to keep an eye on things. Most people would watch with interest. If there was an opportunity, they might even join the fray. Without sufficient strength, one would run into enemies at every step in the land of chaos. If one had a valuable divine weapon or a beautiful woman by his side, or if one was of the same energy as a god hunter but was weaker than the god hunter, it would become a motive for others to kill one. Along the way, Han Shua and his party witnessed the true chaos of the land of chaos. They gradually got used to the tragic sight of corpses strewn all over the place. Among Han Shua and his party, the high god aura emanating from Rose was the most obvious. Little Skull Han Hao wore a cold and indifferent expression. The 5 elite zombies, having roamed the dominions for many years, did not appear to be weaklings that could be easily bullied. No one dared to provoke them. Don't let your guard down. This is just the outermost region of the land of chaos. Rose was somewhat familiar with the land of chaos. She constantly explained, the deeper we go into the Fringe, the stronger the gods we will run into. You have seen for yourself that those fighting in the outermost region are only mid-gods. Even those god hunters with mid-god strength dare not venture into the deeper regions. Otherwise, they will become the targets of others. Given our strength, I don't think there are many who would dare to provoke us, right? Han Hua was a person who wished to see the world plunged into chaos. Whenever he saw people fighting along the way, he would shout and yell. He wished that he could rush into the fray and kill to his heart's content. Not for the time being. But it will be hard to say once we enter the land of chaos. Rose was not as relaxed as Han Shua and his party. She seemed to be very apprehensive about the Fringe. 3 days later, Han Shua and his party entered the land of chaos. It was common to see high gods fighting in the land of chaos. Those high gods wore cold, fierce, and vigilant gazes. It was as though they would immediately attack and kill the intruder the moment they looked at the intruder. Han Jin, were you robbed in this region last time? Han Shua asked Metal Elite Zombie Han Jin after arriving at a region surrounded by mountains and rivers. When Metal Elite Zombie first came to the land of chaos, he was accompanied by a dozen or so divine guards. Every one of them possessed late-stage mid-god strength. Besides, Metal Elite Zombie had purposely chosen this region with more mountains and rivers, because he thought that no powerful experts would come to the land of chaos. Little did he expect that he would still be blocked by a group of strangers. Yes, father. Last time I was ambushed in the middle of these mountains. If it weren't for the mountains nearby, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to escape. Han Jin seemed to have recalled the tragic deaths of his subordinates. He put on a somewhat sorrowful and indignant expression. He pointed at a few regions and explained to Han Shua, There I saw my subordinates killed with my own eyes. Not a single one of them survived. Han Shua had seen the land of chaos for a long time. He knew that this was a place where the strong were revered and the weak were slaughtered. Those who had stayed in the land of chaos for a long time were somewhat perverted. Sometimes they would kill using all sorts of strange and bizarre methods. They would treat killing as an entertainment and torture their victims to the point where they wished they were dead. When Han Shua recalled that Metal Elite Zombie was nearly killed in a nearby region, he became extremely angry. He released a few demon generals. Han Shua said, Let's not rush deeper into the land of chaos. Let's gather some information around here and see if we can get anything out of them. Naturally, Rose and the others did not have any objections. They nodded to indicate that they understood and stayed there for the time being. Han Shuo stood motionlessly on top of a boulder. The demon generals he released transformed into all kinds of lone roamers. Whenever they discovered a group of people in the vicinity, those demon generals would provoke them and lead them towards the region where Han Shuo and the others were. After a while, for the first time, the party of 7 were enraged by the demon generals. They chased after Han Shuo with cold faces. When the demon generals arrived before Han Shuo, they suddenly vanished. Then Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "Gentlemen, I would like to ask you about a few people." "Where is that person?" asked one of the high gods coldly. "Are you with him?" Seeing that Han Shuo and the others didn't seem to be friendly people, the high god hesitated for a moment before he asked, "What? What are you trying to do?" Rose knew the rules of the fringe very well. Without saying a word, she rushed forward and killed the high god's guards. The high god had just entered the mid-stage of the fringe. As soon as he saw Rose's attack, he immediately realized how powerful Rose was. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, the fringe had no shortage of adventurers. Although the high god was somewhat apprehensive of Rose's strength, he still flew into a rage and shouted, "Woman, you are dead!" Whoosh! The bone spear in Little Skull's hand shot out. Terrifying evil energy filled the entire space as it came crashing down like a meteor. The high god was startled and immediately retreated. After steadying himself, his face turned pale with fright. He looked at Rose and Little Skull Han Hao for a moment before he finally calmed down and asked in a low voice, "Who are you looking for?" He was confident that he could deal with Rose alone. But with Little Skull Han Hao in the picture, he knew that if he dared to say another word, only death would await him. "Some time ago, a group of people robbed a batch of ores here. Do you know who they are?" Han Shuo asked Han Jin to describe the faces of those people. Han Jin stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I have not heard anything about them." "Murder," replied Han Shuo with the same smile on his face. Without saying a word, Little Skull Han Hao and Rose started attacking Han Shuo ferociously. The 5 elite zombies did not remain idle either. Although they did not form the penta-elemental undead formation, they also attacked Han Shuo. In Han Shuo's opinion, since Rose had killed his subordinates, it was better to get rid of them as soon as possible in order to avoid leaving any seeds of future trouble. More importantly, there were no rules in the fringe and one would not have to bear any consequences for killing someone. On top of that, Han Shuo was a high god and his divine soul was what the cauldron of myriad demon needed the most. After roaming around the fringe for a few days, Han Shuo discovered that no one in the fringe was worthy of sympathy. They were all villains from various dominions who had committed innumerable atrocities. Han Shuo would not feel the slightest bit guilty even if he were to kill all of them. Rose alone was more than enough to finish him off. With the addition of Little Skull, Han Hao, and the 5 elite zombies, Han Shuo wouldn't even have a chance to escape. In just a few moments, Han Shuo was nailed to the ground by Little Skull's 7 bone spurs. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out and collected the divine soul of Han Shuo and his subordinates. The divine soul of this person would be enough to make up for the demon general that Han Shuo lost in the battle at the City Lord's mansion in Ethereal City. Han Shuo was in no hurry to leave. He repeated his old trick of sending demon generals to provoke the cauldron of myriad demon. Whenever someone approached him, he would kill them and collect their divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon. But unfortunately, after asking many people, Han Shuo did not get any information. Just as Han Shuo was about to give up and head deeper into the fringe, Kodiak, one of Polo's subordinates, appeared. They seemed to have heard the shrill screeches of Little Skull's bone spurs and came to Han Shuo. Chapter 834. When Kodiak arrived, he was rather surprised to discover that there were many strangers around Little Skull Han Hao. After carefully observing them, Kodiak discovered that Han Shuo, Rose, the 5 elite zombies, and the others did not look like god hunters. This puzzled Kodiak. He wondered what the relationship between Little Skull Han Hao, Han Shuo, and the others was. Although he was very puzzled, when he saw Little Skull Han Hao, Kodiak respectfully greeted him. "Our leader is very concerned about the matter you have entrusted to him. He has dispatched us to search for information in the vicinity. After searching for some time, we have made some headway, Kodiak explained to Han Hao. Upon learning that Kodiak and the others had been searching for information in the vicinity, Little Skull Han Hao immediately asked, "What's the situation?" Kodiak hesitated for a moment and did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at Han Shuo and the others warily and cautiously asked, "Who are these people?" He didn't know the identities of Han Shuo and the others, and therefore, he didn't dare to speak his mind. Han Hao knew what Kodiak was worried about. He lightly groaned and said, "They are my friends. You don't have to worry too much. Just tell me what you want to know." Kodiak stared blankly for a moment. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Han Shuo and the others. He couldn't understand how they became Little Skull Han Hao's friends. Kodiak had heard of Little Skull's notorious reputation in the Death Dominion. As an up-and-coming god hunter, Han Hao was a character that the god hunters held in high esteem. Kodiak had never heard that Han Hao had any friends. Therefore, when he heard Han Hao's words, he was astonished. After hesitating for a moment, under the cold gazes of Little Skull Han Hao, Kodiak said in a deep voice, "I led them to a nearby region for some time and finally found out who did it." "Who?" Han Hao asked. "His name is Kage. He cultivates in the energy of darkness and possesses mid-stage high god strength. A few days ago, I heard that he was preparing to sell those ores at a low price." Kodiak didn't dare to hesitate when he saw how anxious Han Hao was. "Where is he?" Han Shuo suddenly interrupted with a faint smile. His eyes were ice cold, and his heart was filled with killing intent. After Kodiak arrived, he focused all of his attention on Rose because he could sense a distinct high god aura from Rose. Moreover, the aura was faintly stronger than his own. This made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he was very concerned about Rose. As for Han Shuo, Kodiak only took a glance at him and paid him no more attention. Han Shuo's demonic art energy was as calm as still water. Those whose strength had not reached a certain realm would never be able to detect the terror of Han Shuo. Kodiak did not sense any threat from Han Shuo and only treated him as an ordinary mid-god. It was only when Han Shuo interjected that Kodiak was somewhat surprised. He wondered what qualifications a mid-god like Han Shuo had to interrupt their conversation. Kodiak looked rather displeased. He did not pay any attention to Han Shuo. He explained to Little Skull Han Hao, Kage and his subordinates had attacked the merchants of Goldstone Shop some time ago. After that incident, Kage did not continue to venture out but stayed in his underground lair. It was only recently that he came out to sell those ores that he plundered. Han Shuo did not mind that Kodiak was not looking at him directly. After all, Kodiak had told Little Skull Han Hao everything that needed to be said. "Where is Kage's underground lair? How many people are there? Are they usually there?" Han Hao asked with a calm face. Kage's underground lair is located in the Buckthorn Valley in the east. There are about 50 to 60 people there. Other than Kage, there are 3 or 4 high gods with early-stage high god strength. Under normal circumstances, Kage would stay in his underground lair. But recently it's hard to say. He might have gone to the Omphalos to sell the ores he plundered. Kodiak could not be sure. "What else do you know?" asked Han Hao. Kage is one of Salus' subordinates. He would pay tribute to Salus every once in a while. If you are planning to kill Kage, you had better not let anyone know about it. If someone knows that you killed Kage and Salus hears about it, you will be in big trouble. Kodiak hesitated for a moment before he explained to Little Skull Han Hao. "Salus." Before Little Skull Han Hao could say anything, Rose cried out in surprise. She explained to Han Shuo in a low voice, "I have mentioned Salus to you. He is one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe. When I left the Fringe, he already possessed overgod strength." Han Shuo's heart sank. He nodded indifferently to indicate that he understood. The 5 sovereigns of the Fringe were Tyre, Log, Asura, Salus, and Wasis. All 5 of them possessed overgod strength, but none of them possessed the quintessence of an overgod. Even in any of the 12 dominions, these 5 sovereigns could easily rule over the Fringe. Each and every one of them was bloodthirsty and merciless. They represented the chaotic order of the Fringe. In the fringe, the 5 sovereign subordinates would fight and kill all day long for the sake of profit. The 5 sovereigns were the main reason why the fringe was so chaotic. The 5 sovereigns were the most terrifying sovereigns in the fringe. They stayed in the heart of the fringe. Even a god-hunter leader like Polo could only flaunt his might in the outskirts of the fringe. He paled in comparison to the 5 sovereigns. Most of the gods living in the fringe would choose to pledge allegiance to one of the 5 sovereigns. If they wished to have a foothold in the fringe, they would have to offer a lot of resources every year in exchange for the protection of the 5 sovereigns, lest they were killed by the 5 sovereigns. Although Kage was also a high god, his strength was far below that of the 5 sovereigns. Every year he would have to pay tribute to Salus. Correspondingly, if Kage was killed, Salus would avenge him. But if Kage's killer was a subordinate of another sovereign, a war in the fringe would be unavoidable. In short, we must be cautious. If we make a move, do not leave any survivors. At the mention of Salus, Kodiak's voice became much softer. He said helplessly, "If Kage wasn't related to Salus, our lord might have already taken him down for you. Unfortunately, he is related to Salus. Our lord wouldn't dare to offend Salus. My apologies." Han Hao, the little skull, nodded and replied, "I understand. Go back and tell Polo that I will remember his help. In that case, I shall not disturb you any further." Kodiak nodded. Before he left, he looked at Han Shuo with rather strange gazes. Rose's attitude towards Han Shuo was very humble and courteous. Chapter 835. The dark and gloomy rooms in the underground lair were like little cubicles. Some were used for storage, while others were used for cultivation. Yellowish gems were embedded in the walls, giving the underground lair a dim glow. Although the glow wasn't very bright, it was at least bright enough for people to see. The energy crystals were arranged in special arrays to form all kinds of defensive boundaries. Kage's subordinates mainly survived by looting merchants that passed through the fringe. The looted goods were stored in these warehouses. Until they found a suitable buyer, they would guard these goods in the underground lair. The underground lair had no shortage of experts. 2 high gods were stationed on both sides of the lair, responsible for the defense of the underground lair. As Kage had to pay tribute to Salus every year, most of the fringe's villains would not dare to cause trouble in this area. They might not necessarily be afraid of Kage, but they held Salus in awe and veneration. It was precisely because they had Salus as their backer that Kage and his subordinates were used to being arrogant and domineering. Other than the subordinates of the other sovereigns, they didn't give a damn about the gods of the fringe. With Salus around, no one would dare to provoke them. One demon general after another flew out from Han Shuo. With Han Shuo as the center, a tight net was silently spread across the entire underground lair. Every area and distribution of people in the underground lair was reflected in Han Shuo's mind through the feedback of the demon generals. After a long while, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and instructed Han Tu, "Seal up the tunnels leading to the surface." Han Tu put on a mischievous smile and sank into the ground. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shuo instructed Little Skull, Han Hao and Rose, "Kage shouldn't be in the underground lair. But it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of his subordinates and loot their goods first." Han Shuo glanced at Han Jin and said, "The ores they looted shouldn't be here. Kage might have taken them away. We can only get them if we find him." "There's no rush," Han Jin smiled and said. "Let's settle this first." Han Shuo nodded and calmly instructed, "Let's do it. Don't leave anyone alive." As soon as he finished those words, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose dashed out from 2 different paths and started a massacre. Everywhere they went, miserable screams could be heard. Han Jin, Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua happily joined the battle. The 4 of them did not need to join forces. They could instantly kill any mid-god by relying on their miraculous energy and tacit cooperation. Han Shuo stood motionless on the spot. He had materialized the demon generals that were scattered in the underground lair. They turned into dark shadows that wreaked havoc in the underground lair. There were nearly 1,000 demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon. Among them, there were a few dozen high-grade demon generals refined from high god souls. The horde of demon generals alone was enough to bathe the underground lair in blood. Even if there were twice as many gods in the underground lair, they would not be able to withstand the massacre of Han Shuo and his party, much less Kage and the other experts. Amid miserable screams, one corpse after another fell into a pool of blood. Usually, they were the ones slaughtering the traveling merchants. When they saw that they were easily killed, they were terrified and desperately tried to escape through the tunnels leading to the surface. Unfortunately, Han too had blocked their only way out. When those fleeing for their lives rushed to the entrance, they discovered that what awaited them was the earth collapsing and earth spikes attacking them. Most of them were killed in an instant. Deep underground, Han Tu's strength was several times stronger than usual. Han Tu was now confident that he could kill even a high god using the energy of the earth. As long as he was underground, he could use the omnipresent energy of the earth to attack and defend himself. There was no one better at using the energy of the earth than him. Han Tu excitedly manipulated the energy of the earth. Many of Kage's subordinates were crushed to death before they could even get out of their rooms. The few gods that survived the earth spikes were suddenly blocked by earth walls before they could even get close to Han Tuesday. Before they could break free, an earth dragon drilled out of nowhere and rammed the few mid-gods to death. Han Tu laughed heartily. Under his control, earth dragons wriggled and slithered underground. They mixed with Han Shua's demon generals and hunted down Kage's subordinates who had nowhere else to run. It didn't take long for all 40 to 50 gods in the underground to be killed. Their divine souls were absorbed by the cauldron of myriad demon released by Han Shuo. They turned into lifeless corpses. Who the hell are you? We are Lord Kage's subordinates. Lord Kage is under the protection of Sovereign Salus. You are challenging Lord Salus's authority. You are courting death, shouted a high god of water who possessed high god strength. He put on a brave front while being pointed at by Little Skull Han Hao. Where did Kage go? Han Hao didn't rush to kill him. He calmly looked at the man and asked softly, "Who the hell are you? Do we have any grudges against you?" shouted the Little Skull Han Hao's bone spear. Little Skull furrowed his brows and thrust the bone spear forward. It broke through all of his defenses, penetrated his abdomen, and nailed him to the wall. He asked again, "Where is Kage?" With the bone spear stuck in his abdomen, the evil energy was gnawing at his divine body like hundreds and thousands of ants. He turned pale with fright. When he saw the emotionless eyes of Little Skull, he was terrified. He hastily asked, "Will you spare my life if I tell you?" The Little Skull did not answer. He gently turned the arm that held the bone spear. The evil energy that was wreaking havoc in his body suddenly surged into his brain. The inhuman pain suddenly flared up. The Little Skull started wailing miserably. He forgot to bargain with Han Hao and cried. He brought a batch of ores to Lord Salus. The bone spear pierced through the Little Skull's abdomen and through his head. Pff. Blood gushed out. The pitch-black cauldron of myriad demon floated over like a ghost and covered the top of the Little Skull's head, devouring his divine soul that had yet to dissipate. The cauldron of myriad demon continued to float. Whenever someone died, the cauldron of myriad demon would arrive promptly and absorb all of the deceased's divine soul. 10 minutes later, the underground lair was filled with rivers of blood. All of Kage's subordinates had been slaughtered. The demon generals scattered in every corner of the underground lair gradually gathered at the cauldron of myriad demon in the center. Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies were gathering resources from the warehouses according to Han Shua's instructions. Kage had hoarded all kinds of resources in the underground lair, including some divine weapons that were not particularly valuable. These things were not particularly useful to Han Shua. He only picked some extremely rare herbs and stones, as well as special leather armor and alien skeletons that could be used to make divine armor. After a while, the group reassembled in front of Han Shu. Everyone had a few more smiles on their faces. Little Skull, Han Hao, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose were on his side. Han Shua would not rob them of the things they needed. Other than those things that were gathered according to Han Shua's instructions, Han Shua did not want any of the resources and materials that they thought would be useful to him. How did you gather so much? Han Shua discovered that the 5 elite zombies and Rose had gathered very little. Only Little Skull, Han Hao, had found 2 space rings that Han Shua thought were of little value. This came as a surprise to Han Shua. Father, the things that I don't need are useful to my subordinates. Little Skull scratched his head and explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. It was only then that he recalled that Little Skull had a group of god hunters under him. It seemed that Little Skull had spared no effort in gathering divine armor and divine weapons for them, so that they could grow to their peak strength. It was no wonder that Little Skull would bring so many things with him. I see. Han Shuo nodded. Han Shuo nodded and instructed Han Tu, use the energy of the earth to move the remaining items deeper underground. When we have the time in the future, we can bring them out again. Haha, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can easily bring things out from deep underground. Han Shuo had noticed that Han Tu's strength in the underground base was much stronger than when he was on the surface. Other than Han Shuo, the one who killed the most people in the underground base was neither Little Skull, Han Hao, nor Rose. But Han Shuo suddenly realized that the 5 elite zombies were not only useful to him. As they were adept at using the energy of the 5 elements, they could provide much more help to Han Shuo than he had expected. Alright, I'll get to it right away, replied Han Tu with a silly smile. Although he didn't do anything special, the underground base was filled with lattice rooms. They gave Han Shuo and the others the illusion that they had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. After a short while, all the rooms that stored the resources had disappeared under the watchful eyes of Han Shuo and the others. Even if Kage comes back, he will have to dig a new tunnel to enter the underground base. When he comes back, he might think that he is in the wrong place, said Han Shui with a mischievous smile. The others thought for a moment and felt that Han Shui's words were very interesting. If Kage returned to Quickthorn Vale and found that he couldn't find a tunnel to enter the underground base, he would be very confused. When he finally dug a tunnel to enter the underground base, he would find that there was nothing there. Everything that he was familiar with would have changed and he might really think that he was in the wrong place. Come, let's go to the Amphilos to take a look. I don't think anyone knows what happened here, said Han Shuo smilingly. He had Han Tu lead the way and they left the underground base. Chapter 836. The Fringe was known for its chaos throughout Elysium. However, there was one place that was relatively peaceful. The Amphilos, located at the center of the Fringe. The gods of the Fringe also needed to trade and purchase goods. If every part of the Fringe was unsafe, they wouldn't be able to carry out even the most basic of transactions. That was clearly unacceptable. The Amphilos at the center of the Fringe was a simple town that was jointly managed by the 5 most powerful sovereigns in the Fringe. The gods in the Amphilos were bound by the 5 sovereigns' rules and would not fight or kill each other. However, anyone who wanted to enter the Amphilos would have to pay an exorbitant fee. If the gods who couldn't stay in the 12 dominions had enough black crystal coins, they would be able to break through the encirclement and enter the Amphilos. With the large amount of black crystal coins in hand, they could live a good life in the Amphilos. No matter how chaotic the situation was outside the Amphilos, the 5 sovereigns would not be affected. Battles between the 5 sovereigns would also take place outside the Amphilos. Many plunderers in the Fringe would bring their goods to the Amphilos to trade. Only in the Amphilos would they be able to do so safely. Of course, this was only limited to the Amphilos. Once the traders left the Amphilos, they would have to deal with their own problems. In other words, even if one traded goods in Tanai, they would be hunted down the moment they left the Amphilos. In the Amphilos, both the 5 sovereign subordinates and outsiders would not attack because of the presence of the 5 sovereigns. However, outside the Amphilos was still the Fringe. As long as one had enough strength, one could kill anyone who left the Amphilos. This was completely in line with the rules of the Fringe. The Amphilos was a very peculiar place. It was a relatively safe area in the Fringe. However, anyone who wanted to enter the Amphilos would have to pay at least 100 black crystal coins. For every day one stayed in the Amphilos, one would have to pay more black crystal coins. In order to gain temporary safety, one would have to pay a huge amount of black crystal coins. The 5 sovereigns were willing to allow the Amphilos to exist because the Fringe really did need such a place. On the other hand, the Amphilos tax revenue was a windfall for them. They could earn more than 100,000 black crystal coins every day. After traveling in a straight line for 8 days, Han Shua's group finally arrived at the Chaos Valley. During these 8 days, Han Shua had encountered dozens of battles, both big and small. There were small skirmishes of 2s and 3s, but there were also large-scale battles involving hundreds of people. There were also 5 or 6 waves of people who came to attack Han Shuo, but they were all killed by Han Hao, Rose and the others. During these 8 days, Han Shuo had a deep understanding of the chaotic fringe. There was no such thing as morality in the fringe. This was a special place where the most evil and vicious of the 12 dominions gathered. They believed in the truth that only the strong were respected. The people here were apathetic towards life and would often kill for the slightest disagreement. Many of the villains from the 12 dominions who couldn't survive in their respective dominions would travel thousands of miles to the fringe. Most of them would be killed by the local tyrants of the fringe before they could even venture into the depths of the fringe. Some of the more powerful gods would either join a powerful force after venturing into the depths of the Omphalos, or they would have enough black crystal coins in their hands to ensure their safety in the Omphalos. During this journey, Han Shuo was like a fish in water. He would devour anyone he came across. In the span of 8 days, more than 200 gods had perished at the hands of Han Shuo's party, including more than 10 high gods. To others, the fringe might be a nightmare, but to Han Shuo it was a blessed land for him to improve his strength. As the number of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon increased, so did Han Shuo's strength. Every time Han Shuo devoured a high god's divine soul, he could sense the slight changes in the cauldron of myriad demon. When they arrived at the entrance of the Omphalos, Han Shuo discovered that the Omphalos was not much smaller than Ethereal City. The Omphalos occupied a vast area and was shrouded in clouds. Buildings were scattered all over the place and there were quite a number of gods walking in and out of the Omphalos. However, they all had ferocious gazes and were clearly not friendly people. There were 5 checkpoints to enter the Omphalos, each guarded by one of the 5 sovereigns. Han Shuo and the others entered through the checkpoint guarded by Wuxia's subordinates. The gods guarding the checkpoint had cold and gloomy eyes. They looked at Han Shuo and the others with greedy eyes. It seemed as though they wanted to take everything valuable from Han Shuo and the others. They did not look at their divine tablets or ask any questions. However, each person who entered the Omphalos had to pay an additional 100 black crystal coins for every day they stayed in the Omphalos. After paying 800 black crystal coins, Han Shuo and the others officially entered the Omphalos. In most of the other cities in the 12 dominions, one would only have to pay a few purple crystal coins to enter the Omphalos. But in the Omphalos, one had to pay 100 black crystal coins, which was hundreds or thousands of times more expensive than ordinary cities. Moreover, one had to pay another 100 black crystal coins for every day they stayed in the Omphalos. Even though Tanai only had 5,000 people in the Omphalos, the tax was 500,000 black crystal coins per day. What about a month, a year, or a decade? It was no wonder that the 5 sovereigns would work together to manage the Omphalos. The tax here was simply astronomical, thought Han Shuo. Even though he was in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he could not help but shudder at the thought of the amount of black crystal coins the Omphalos produced every year. Due to the constant fighting and killing in every corner of the fringe, those gods with weak strength but enough black crystal coins would not hesitate to spend their black crystal coins to stay in the Omphalos. They were spending their black crystal coins to save their lives. The fringe had long ago led to the existence of the Omphalos, making the Omphalos a crazy money-making district on Elysium. Father, if we take control of the Omphalos, we will never have to worry about black crystal coins again. Little Skull Han Hao whispered to Han Shuo as soon as they entered the Omphalos. In truth, the Omphalos did not have a particularly strong defense. It was only guarded by squads of guards from the 5 sovereigns. These guards were responsible for maintaining order in the Omphalos and collecting taxes. After paying the taxes, a small badge would always shine on the chest of a god. After one day the badge would stop shining. At that time the badge would have to be refilled with that special energy and pay black crystal coins again. When the guards of the 5 sovereigns noticed that the badge on the chest of a god had stopped shining, they would immediately demand that the god pay black crystal coins to refill the badge. If the god did not pay enough black crystal coins, the god would be mercilessly banished from the Omphalos. Only by paying the required amount of black crystal coins would the god be allowed to stay in the Omphalos. Han Shuo stroked the badge on his chest and released a strand of his consciousness to secretly probe the energy within it. The strand of bizarre energy seemed to have its own consciousness. Before Han Shua's consciousness came into contact with the badge, he immediately sensed the vigilance of the energy. Han Shua was shocked. He was certain that the badge contained a strand of the overgod's consciousness. Just like the strange energy in Ebony's body, it had its own consciousness. Of course, Han Shua could easily obliterate that strand of consciousness. However, doing so would definitely alarm the person who released it. In that case, Han Shua and the others might immediately face the interrogation of a monarch. Perhaps a great battle would be unavoidable. Han Shua had no intention of starting a war with any of the 5 sovereigns for the time being. After withdrawing the strand of consciousness, Han Shua nodded at Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others and said softly, "Don't touch the energy in the badge." After observing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that the Omphalos was not fundamentally different from the cities in the 12 dominions. There were also many shops, streets, and gymnasiums. The only difference was that everything in the Omphalos was very expensive. The most common were the trading stalls that could be seen everywhere. Many of the looted goods would be displayed everywhere, and one could buy or trade them with black crystal coins or some special materials. The gods who entered the Omphalos were usually powerful villains from various regions. They would take advantage of the opportunity to sell the goods in their hands. In addition to that, there was also a special occupation in the Tanai Guardian. It was an occupation similar to that of a bodyguard or a mercenary. The fringe was notorious for its chaos. If one did not possess enough strength, the chances of dying in the fringe were just too high. It was because of this that the guardians would naturally appear in the fringe. As long as one had enough black crystal coins, they would protect one's life. Most of the guardians were the direct subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. There were also some who belonged to powerful forces. They were generally quite popular in the fringe. With such a large group of guardians guarding the Omphalos, only those who did not have a powerful background would have the guts to leave the Omphalos. Of course, the guardian's price was often ridiculously high. It could easily reach tens of thousands of black crystal coins. However, in order to survive, many people were willing to pay that price. Otherwise, they would be killed the moment they stepped out of the Omphalos. After wandering for a while, Han Shua gradually gained a deeper understanding of the situation in the Tanai. All in all, as long as one was strong enough and had enough black crystal coins, one would be able to live comfortably in the fringe. Otherwise, the only thing that awaited one was death. "I like this place," said Little Skull Han Hao softly after making a small circle. Chapter 837. She was skinny and didn't have much meat on her body. Her skin was greenish-brown, her eyebrows were sparse, and the wrinkles on her face were like deep ravines. When she grinned crazily, the wrinkles squeezed together, giving a strong visual impact. So ugly. Perhaps everyone who saw her appearance would involuntarily give birth to such a sigh. She floated towards Hanshu and Hanshu. There was an obvious aura of death on her body. She was a mid-stage high god. Even in Tanai, such strength was rare. Behind her were 7 guards. 3 of them possessed early-stage high god strength. Every one of them was hideous and had cold, gloomy faces. Normally, when faced with her valiant strength, people would never speak the truth about their feelings in their hearts. No one would point out the flaws in her appearance to avoid angering her and causing trouble for themselves. However, on Han Shua's side were people like Han Hua and Han Mu who had no scruples. Before she could reach Rose, Han Hua suddenly shrieked, "Wow, what a monster! So ugly! I have never seen a woman uglier than her. Damn it, how unlucky!" Han Mu also cried out loudly. His face was filled with fright as he retreated to avoid the attack. The reason the two had ridiculed Han Shua was because they had sensed the woman's hostility towards them. "Bertha, it's you." Rose's face jolted. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with murderous intent. The hideous old woman let out a sinister laugh. She greeted Rose with a sinister smile. Then she turned to Han Hua and Han Mu and said, "You two reckless brats, I won't argue with you here. But you better not leave the Omphalos or you will die." "Ugly woman, are you afraid of being criticized for your ugliness?" When Han Hua heard Bertha's threat, he immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "Your face looks like it's rotten. Even I can smell a nauseating stench coming from it." You still dare to show yourself in such a state? I must say I admire your courage. Hanmu did not waste any more words. He kept as far away as possible from Han Hua. The disgust on his face was very obvious. Bertha knew that her appearance was unbearable to look at, but this was the first time anyone had ever ridiculed her with such vicious words. She suddenly glared at Han Hua like a viper, ready to kill. Bertha, don't cause trouble here. Suddenly a warning came from afar. A group of Omphalos guards looked at them coldly. Suppressing the rage in her heart, Bertha stared coldly at Rose and said in a low voice, I've been looking for you for a long time. I thought you would be hiding. I didn't expect you to show up in the fringe. Good, very good. The moment you leave the Omphalos will be the moment of your death. After that, Bertha nodded at Han Hua and Hanmu and said with a hideous smile, You two brats, when the time comes, you will know the consequences of trying to please yourself. She then waved her hand and said, Let's go. The guards who had followed them all looked deeply in their direction, memorizing the faces of Han Shua's party in their hearts before they left apathetically. Who is she? What grudge do you have against her? Asked Han Shua in a soft voice after Bertha left. Rose had been staring at Bertha until she disappeared from view. She then explained to Han Shua, Bertha and I used to be friends in the fringe. But when her son tried to harm me with a potion, I killed him. After that incident, Bertha went on a killing spree. She never stopped looking for trouble until I left the fringe. Any man would want someone like her? Asked Han Mu as though he was making a fuss about nothing. Her current appearance was caused by a serious injury. Before she was disfigured, Bertha was quite pretty, explained Rose indifferently after shooting a glance at Han Mu. Don't worry about her. If we run into her when we leave the city, she will be courting death. Han Shua did not take Bertha seriously at all. To him, a mid-stage high god was far from being a threat to them. Bertha might be easy to deal with, but her husband, Buzz, is a different story. Rose let out a soft sigh and explained, Buzz possesses late-stage high god strength and cultivates in the Edict of Destruction. Back in the fringe, he was known for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He had a large group of criminals under his control. When Bertha saw that we possess extraordinary strength, she will definitely send a message to Buzz. I believe that it won't be long before Buzz arrives at the Omphalos. Buzz is quite famous in the fringe and many people have to give him face. By that time, once we leave the Omphalos, we won't be able to escape from Buzz and Bertha's pursuit. Rose's face turned gloomy. She looked at Han Shua and sighed, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cause you so much trouble. Han Shua shook his head smilingly and said, Although there are countless ferocious and ruthless people in the fringe, the 5 sovereigns are the only ones I care about. No matter how powerful Buzz is, he's just a high god. Don't worry if he dares to show up. I won't mind giving him a taste of what it's like to offend us. That's right, she's just a whore who spoils her son. Why would we be afraid of her? Han Hua comforted Rose. Han Shua's impression of Rose had changed ever since the incident at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City where Rose was attacked by a large group of assailants, and asked Han Tu and himself to leave first. In Han Shua's mind, Han Shua was the most powerful person in the world. He had a blind trust in Han Shua, and did not believe that anyone could defeat Han Shua. This blind trust came from their past experiences. They had been serving Han Shua for many years and had never seen Han Shua suffer a loss. As time went by, their trust in Han Shua grew more and more blind. Father, as long as you can deal with Buzz, we won't lose. Han Hao, the little skull, was not as blind as Han Hua. As his strength rapidly increased, he was able to see things more intuitively. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Han Shua put on a confident smile and continued, Come. Let's continue our stroll. Let's see if we can get any information about Kaguya. As long as one had enough black crystal coins, one would be able to obtain the information one wanted in the Omphalos. There were people in the Omphalos who specialized in selling information. There were many caravans passing through the land of chaos. If the fringe dwellers wanted to plunder, they could get the most detailed information from Wind Spirit in the Omphalos. In the beginning, Wind Spirits only sold such information. But gradually Wind Spirits sold all kinds of information. As long as one was willing to spend black crystal coins, Wind Spirits would be able to get all kinds of information. Han Shuo threw out 1,000 black crystal coins and learned about Kage from wind spirits. He learned that Kage visited the Omphalos 5 days ago and went to pay tribute to Salis. Kage should be on the Empyrean Peak of Salis. Although Tyre, Log, Asura, Salis, and Wasis were in charge of the management of the Omphalos, they usually did not come to the Omphalos. There were countless famous mountains, rivers, lakes, and abysses in the vast fringe. Tyre, Log, Asura, Salis, and Wasis lived in the most dangerous and mysterious regions. Salis lived on the Empyrean Peak. The Empyrean Peak was 100,000 meters tall and looked like a gigantic sword piercing through the clouds. The Empyrean Peak represented Salis' authority. His subordinates would come to the Empyrean Peak every year to pay tribute to him. Under normal circumstances, Salis would not leave the Empyrean Peak. He would only show himself when his subordinates couldn't solve a problem. As soon as Han Shuo heard that Kage was currently residing on Salis Empyrean Peak, he knew that it would be impossible for him to capture Kage for the time being. Not only was Salis in the Empyrean Peak, but his most powerful subordinates were also stationed there all year round. The Empyrean Peak was densely covered with boundaries. Han Shuo knew that with just Han Hao, Rose, and the others, he would be in big trouble if he tried to force his way into the Empyrean Peak. Han Shuo did not intend to go to the Empyrean Peak and challenge Salis immediately. He would have to wait until Kage left the Empyrean Peak. Not long after Kage, Han Hao and Rose wandered around Tanai. A group of guards approached them. They were led by a cold-faced, arrogant, late-stage high god of darkness. "My friends, I heard that you have offended Bertha and Buzz," the leader of the group asked as he raised his head. "What does it have to do with you?" replied Han Hor impatiently. He was annoyed to see Duan Ling Tian acting all high and mighty. "You still don't know when you're about to die," shouted the guard coldly. He looked at Han Shuo and his party. Perhaps he felt that Rose was the strongest among them. He turned to Rose and said, "There are not many people in the fringe who dare to disrespect Buzz and Bertha. They are waiting for you outside the Omphalos. Once you leave the Omphalos, you will be hunted down by Buzz and Bertha. If you want to live, hand over 1,000,000 black crystal coins and I will escort you out of the Omphalos. What do you say?" Rose did not reply but turned her gaze to Han Shuo. The guard was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized that he had targeted the wrong person. It turned out that Han Shuo was their leader. He was very flabbergasted. After carefully observing Han Shuo for a moment, he discovered that Han Shuo's body did not give off any particularly intense energy fluctuations. This baffled him. "No need." Han Shuo shook his head and refused. The guard did not continue to pester Han Shuo. He sneered and nodded. He waved his hand and was about to leave with his party. It seemed that he was certain that Han Shuo and his party would die. "Wait," said Han Shuo again. When the guard turned around, Han Shuo smilingly asked, "May I know your name?" "Haralai." "Have you changed your mind?" said the guard arrogantly. "I want 1.5 million black crystal coins. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about." Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and said, "No, I don't think so. You don't seem to belong to the 5 sovereigns. Your subordinates are quite strong. Are you interested in following me?" Haralai was stunned. He looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a fool and said in a mocking tone, "Ask around in the fringe who I am. Even the 5 sovereigns tried to recruit me but I refused. Who do you think you are?" Haralai waved his hand and said, "Let's go. This man must be crazy." Chapter 838. My lord, is that guy out of his mind? What a joke. He's just a lowly mid-god and he wants my lord to submit to him. My lord, we should get rid of him, shouted one of Haralai's subordinates as soon as he left. From his point of view, Han Shuo's actions were enough to get him killed hundreds of times over. What a lunatic. No wonder Buzz wants to kill them. They are courting death, said another of Haralai's subordinates disdainfully. We don't even need to do anything. As soon as they leave the Omphalos, death will be waiting for them. Haralai's face turned gloomy. He did not expect that Han Shuo would dare to utter such arrogant words. It was a great humiliation to him. Haralai was one of the top characters in the fringe. Sometimes, he wouldn't even listen to the 5 sovereigns. He had lived in the fringe for many years and had never suffered any losses. His reputation was even greater than Buzz's. That was why he dared to take on the job. He thought that under such circumstances, Han Shuo and his party would be more than happy to spend 1,000,000 black crystal coins to seek his protection. After all, although crystal coins were precious, they were far less valuable than the lives of 8 people. Haralai did not expect that not only did Han Shuo not have the slightest intention of seeking protection, but he even dared to utter such arrogant words. That was not the way a normal person should think. Lasha, stay here and keep an eye on them. See when they will leave the Omphalos. Once they leave, send me a message. I want to see how they will die. Haralai coldly groaned and instructed one of his subordinates. A high god of earth nodded, turned around, and went into a complicated street. He hid in a dark corner and watched Han Shuo and his party from afar. I have never heard of Haralai before. But for him to dare to go against Buzz, he must possess extraordinary strength. My lord, you are being a little too rude. Rose didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't understand why Han Shuo would make such a bold claim. No matter what, Haralai was one of the most powerful people in the fringe. Before Han Shuo could prove his terrifying strength, he would only look like a joke in the eyes of others. Han Shuo had his own plans. He turned to Rose smilingly and said, "To deal with a proud and arrogant person like Haralai, we need to use some special means. Just wait and see. He will definitely feel indignant and secretly observe our every move. As long as there's curiosity in my heart, I'll drag him onto my pirate ship bit by bit. We're not familiar with the fringe at all. If we can subdue Haralai, the local tyrant, it will be very convenient for us in the future. Father, Haralai will definitely keep an eye on us. As long as we can prove that we possess strength that far surpasses the average fringe, and Father sincerely invites us to join him, we might really succeed." Han Hao, the little skull, expressed his opinion after thinking for a moment. To deal with someone as arrogant as Haralai, one must first overwhelm him in terms of demeanor, and make him admit that he is far inferior to one in all aspects. Then, one must suddenly change his attitude and invite him sincerely. That way, the chances of success would be very high. Han Shuo looked at Little Skull and thought to himself, "It seems that Little Skull understands me the best. Rose doesn't have any experience in dealing with humans. She clearly isn't an expert in this aspect. Rose, you mentioned that you have some friends in the fringe. Do you think any of them can join us?" Han Shuo bunched his brows and pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked. Rose stared blankly for a moment before she nodded and replied, "I do have some friends. But I don't think they will be staying in the Omphalos. They don't have that many black crystal coins to spend. If we want to find them, we must leave the Omphalos. But with Buzz blocking our way outside the Omphalos, it's going to be a little difficult. Then let's leave the Omphalos first. The battles outside the Omphalos are more suitable for us." Han Shuo rolled his eyes and said, "There are some people who are paying close attention to our every move. It seems like we're quite popular in the fringe. Are we really leaving the Omphalos?" Perhaps it was because Buzz and Bertha had left too deep of an impression on her that Rose wasn't as straightforward as usual. "Let's leave the Omphalos," Han Shuo affirmed before he leisurely made his way to the checkpoint of the Omphalos. He could sense that there were several people watching them from the shadows. Those people were probably Buzz and Haralai's subordinates. The streets of the Omphalos were lined with stalls selling various kinds of goods. Along the way, Han Shuo even had the mood to squat down and observe the goods. He would buy whatever he liked without hesitation. The origins of the goods in the fringe were usually unusual. The sellers were usually the representatives of various factions. Many of these people were also engaged in special trades. They would first sell the goods to the buyer to see if the buyer had enough black crystal coins. Then, as soon as the buyer left the Omphalos, they would immediately rob the buyer of the goods. Not only would they rob the buyer of the goods, but they would also rob the buyer of the black crystal coins and the buyer's life. There was a strange phenomenon that often occurred in the fringe. Someone would sell an expensive product at a very low price. Then, a day or two later, that person would reappear and sell the same product. Then, a few days later, they would reappear at the same location with the same product. That was what they were doing. Rose was very familiar with this trade. When Han Shuo bought a few high-grade chalcedony crystals and bones of ice at a very low price, Rose would remind Han Shuo what kind of trade those people were doing. Not only was Han Shuo not worried at all, he even excitedly asked Rose, "Keep an eye out and see who else is doing this trade." Hee, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. But once we leave the Omphalos, they will definitely surround us like flies. We already have Buzz and Bertha outside the Omphalos, and that Harelai will not let us off easily. If there are other factions here, won't we be surrounded by powerful enemies? Rose was used to being a lone wolf. She had always kept to herself when she was in the fringe and did not provoke powerful enemies. So, she did not understand why Han Shuo would do this. "That's exactly what I want." Han Shuo chuckled and urged Rose, "Don't worry about it. Just point me to the people who are doing this trade. Since we are going to make a scene, we need to make it big. Otherwise, how are we going to make a name for ourselves in the fringe so quickly?" Rose could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. She wondered if it was the right decision to bring Han Shuo to the fringe. If Han Shuo were to do this, he would offend all the factions in the fringe. If hundreds or thousands of experts from the fringe were to gang up on them, Rose did not know if she would be able to leave the fringe alive. Han Shuo took a glance at Rose and guessed what she was thinking from her expression. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have been with me for so long. When have you ever seen me fight a battle I'm not confident of winning? With these little fellas around, even if the 5 sovereigns come, we will be able to leave the fringe with ease. Don't you worry too much." Although the 5 elite zombies themselves weren't necessarily very powerful, their innate abilities were incomparably miraculous. Just the Earth elite zombies' ability to burrow through the ground allowed them to shake off layers upon layers of pursuers. In addition to the metal elite zombies' unimpeded movement between mountains and rivers, and the wood elite zombies' ability to conceal himself in the forest, who could catch them? "Alright then, I'll point them out to you." Rose took the lead and walked in front. She secretly pointed out some special products to Han Shuo, hinting to him that those people were special people who specialized in this trade. After paying close attention, Han Shuo discovered that those people had very strange gazes. They would pay close attention to everything around them. They would secretly observe the person's strength, the clothes they were wearing, the capacity of their space ring, and the expression on their faces when they took out their black crystal coins to purchase their products. Through such detailed observation, they could determine the general strength and wealth of a person. They would then use their own channels to contact their buddies outside of the fringe and assemble suitable forces to block the person's path of escape. They would then rob the person of his life and all his valuables. In the end, even without Rose's guidance, Han Shuo was able to identify those people who specialized in this trade with just a glance. Along the way to the checkpoint in the Omphalos, Han Shuo would happily purchase a lot of cheap treasures. In his heart, he had the same ulterior motives as those people. Gradually, more and more people followed behind Han Shuo. Not only were there Buzz's and Harelai's subordinates, but also those people whom Han Shuo had purchased goods from. They secretly followed behind Han Shuo and acted as scouts. Outside of the Omphalos, the various forces were busy gathering at the checkpoint where Han Shuo was going to exit. "There's a big fat sheep here. Brothers, keep your spirits up. Damn it, that brat has at least a few million black crystal coins in his hands." Just now when Fengji was selling things to him, he took out several big bags of black crystal coins. "As long as we kill him, we can rest for a long time." "Hey, isn't that Buzz's subordinate? Damn it, how did he receive the news as well? Looks like we're in trouble this time." Harelai's men are also hiding in the dark. How did that kid offend so many people? Brothers, retreat for the time being. Don't be in a hurry to act. Let's play it by ear. Several forces slowly gathered outside the checkpoint. Many of them were familiar with each other. Each of them wore gloomy expressions as they waited for Han Shuo's group to exit the Omphalos. "Lord Harelai, there are already 23 forces coming from all directions. It seems like they are all targeting that group of people." Someone in the dark said in a low voice. Harelai's face turned ugly. He cursed in a low voice, "Lunatic. That guy is really a lunatic. He actually attracted most of the ruthless people in the vicinity. What is that guy trying to do? Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't do this." Chapter 839. Finally, Han Shuo arrived at the checkpoint at a leisurely pace. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Han Shuo discovered that groups of people had gathered in a dark corner and were waiting for him to leave the valley. Friend, the situation outside doesn't look too good. Why don't you pay 800 black crystal coins and stay in Tanai for another night? Otherwise, I believe that you will be dead on the streets the moment you leave the valley. A guard at the checkpoint looked at Han Shuo with sympathy and kindly reminded him. He observed the surroundings for a while, and had long since found out their target from the crowd that had gathered. This group of guards was secretly curious as to what kind of person could attract the attention of so many bandits, so they had been keeping an eye on him all this time. Ever since those forces gathered at the outskirts of the checkpoint, those who intended to leave the checkpoint would either take a detour or stay in Tanai. After waiting for so long, only Han Shuo and his party had arrived. And as soon as Han Shuo and his party appeared at the checkpoint, excited gasps could be heard from the outside. It was obvious that Han Shuo was the target of those ferocious beings outside. Thank you for your reminder. We are leaving the valley. Han Shuo smiled and did not take the guard's words to heart. The guard nodded and said no more. He waved his hand and the checkpoint opened up a wide path for Han Shuo and his party. Reckless fool. Another guard curled his lips and stared at Han Shuo in disdain. He was hoping that some powerful expert would show up. But when he discovered that it was only Han Shuo and his party, he was greatly disappointed. Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Han Shuo was the first to leave the amphilos. Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies followed closely behind him. Other than Rose, no one else was nervous. They just weren't as spouting nonsense as they used to be. The dusky yellow sky gave off a very uncomfortable and oppressive feeling. As far as the eye could see, masses of dark gray airflow were scattered in the dense forest near the checkpoint. Each mass of gray airflow gathered a group of fierce people who were waiting silently. A faint murderous aura was faintly released in the air, letting people know that they were all up to no good. After Han Shuo and his party walked out of the checkpoint, the guard who kindly reminded Han Shuo again said, "If you change your mind, you may return to the valley at any time. Although it is only a step away, Tanai will be safe." I admire your courage to offend so many forces at once, regardless of your actual strength. I wish you the best of luck. Han Shuo was stunned. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the guard. He smilingly nodded and said, "Many thanks. Try not to stray too far away from the checkpoint. Otherwise it will be too late for you to retreat." The guard added smilingly. Han Shuo had no intention of turning around. He put on a smile and led Little Skull, Han Hao, Rose, and the 5 elite zombies away from the checkpoint. He did not take the guard's warning to heart. By doing so, he showed that he was fearless. Haralai, who had been observing Han Shuo from the dark, was astonished. He softly cried out, "What is this fella relying on? He knows that there are so many people after his life, and yet he dares to advance recklessly. Isn't he just throwing his life away? My lord, he's dead meat. There are 8 of them. Only 2 of them are high gods, and none of them is a late-stage high god. They are not a match for any of the forces. The way I see it, Buzz and his men will annihilate them," one of Haralai's subordinates calmly judged. As Han Shuo advanced, he released his consciousness and secretly observed the forces gathered by the clusters of gray air currents. At such a short distance, Han Shuo did not need to use his demon generals. His consciousness could detect the true strength and aura of his enemies. He could even sense the agitation and excitement of some. After a short while, Han Shuo had gathered 26 forces. Almost every force had a high god. The more powerful forces had a few high gods, while the weaker ones had 1 or 2 high gods and a few dozen mid gods. When Han Shuo was just a short distance away from the checkpoint behind him, 5 or 6 forces hiding in the dark immediately blocked Han Shuo's path back to the checkpoint, preventing Han Shuo from retreating to the amphilos. At the checkpoint of the amphilos, the guard who was watching Han Shuo's party from afar with his brows bunched sighed when he saw that the party had blocked Han Shuo's path of retreat. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that I'm going to die this time." He had said all that he could, but unfortunately for him, Han Shuo did not heed his words and continued to act recklessly. There was nothing the guard could do to stop Han Shuo. All of a sudden, Han Shuo and his party were surrounded. They had fallen into a hopeless situation. If Han Shuo did not possess sufficient strength to intimidate everyone, the final outcome would be inevitable. Han Shuo and his party had fallen into a desperate situation. Under such circumstances, if Han Shuo didn't possess sufficient strength to intimidate everyone, the final outcome would be unavoidable. It was as if there was only death ahead. At this moment, Bertha, who was the first to arrive, and a burly man with purplish-green skin and a ferocious expression suddenly walked out from the shadows. The ferocious-looking man's eyes were filled with endless jealousy and hatred. His gaze fell on Rose's body as if he wanted to skin Rose alive. Obviously, he was Buzz. When he reached Han Shuo and the others, Buzz suddenly raised his hand and looked around. He then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I know why you are here. I'm sure all of you know who I am. Give me some face and let me go first. They have a blood feud with me that needs to be settled. As long as they die, I won't touch a single black crystal coin on them. Once they're dead, Buzz will leave immediately. You can decide how to distribute the remaining black crystal coins." Upon hearing this, the other forces that had come out from the shadows hesitated for a moment before remaining in place and silently watching Buzz's group from afar. Their goal was different from Buzz's. Buzz's main goal was to kill while they were only after money. There was no conflict between the two goals. They were glad to hear Buzz's words. Therefore, they immediately stood in place to show their stance and allowed Buzz's men to surround Han Shuo and the others. Buzz's eyes glinted fiercely. He looked around and saw that all the forces had given him a large area. He then cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Thank you. I promise I won't touch a single hair on them. I just want all of them to die in my hands." The atmosphere was very oppressive. Even Han Hor and Han Mu, who usually spoke without any scruples, were unusually silent under the gazes of so many ferocious people. Little Skull was holding his bone spear tightly in his hand. His purple demon eye was glowing brightly. As soon as Han Shuo gave the order, he would immediately start a massacre. "Rose, you should have known that you would end up like this since you dared to return to the fringe." Buzz sized up Rose viciously and said, "It's your fortune that my son took a liking to you. You didn't know what's good for you and killed my son. Today, I will let you be gang raped in front of everyone. Even if you kill yourself, you will not be able to escape the fate of being raped." Upon hearing Buzz's words, the animals that were hiding in the shadows chuckled in excitement. Their faces were filled with anticipation. In the fringe, power was the only thing that mattered. This kind of thing was too common and many people liked it the most. Especially when Rose's beauty was so outstanding that it could satisfy some people's perverted desires. Being stared at by hundreds of malicious gazes, coupled with Buzz's vicious words, Rose felt a chill run down her spine. Fear surged in her heart and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She was afraid. Suddenly, Rose felt a warmth on her palm. She turned around and saw that Han Shuo was holding her hand. Strangely, Rose's terrified heart gradually calmed down and her body stopped trembling. It was as though with Han Shuo holding her hand, she did not have to worry about the sinister gazes around her. "Buzz, is it?" Han Shuo put on a smile and said, "Rose is with me. Don't you dare touch her. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you. No matter who you are, as long as you are with this bitch, you will not escape death." Buzz opened his eyes and did not look at Han Shuo. He waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Buzz and Bertha had 37 subordinates. Other than Buzz and Bertha, there were 4 high gods. Most of the high gods possessed mid-stage or late-stage mid-god strength. Each and every one of them was a ferocious warrior. At Buzz's command, the 4 high gods attacked together. Each of them led 5 or 6 mid-gods and charged at Han Shuo and his party. 2 of the 4 high gods cultivated in the energy of death, and were at the early stage of the energy of darkness like Rose. The last one cultivated in the energy of fighting aura, and was also at the early stage high god realm. The high god cultivating in the energy of darkness stared coldly at Rose. He had made Rose his target. Whoosh! The 3-meter-long bone spear in Little Skeleton's hand pierced through the air. It carried a terrifying aura of death as it charged straight at the high god of darkness fighting Lolth. As soon as the bone spear was shot out, Han Hao's purple demon eye glowed and he charged at Han Hao like a phantom. His two arms suddenly turned as shiny as the edge of a blade. Dense killing intent soared from his body. That high god of darkness who had intended to kill Rose saw a flash of light in the air. A bone spear descended from the sky. The terrifying aura of death pressed down on him like a tidal wave, completely suppressing his aura of darkness and preventing him from taking another step forward. The aura of death on the bone spear was suddenly released like a torrent from a breached dam. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from the point of contact between the bone spur and the dark clouds. The dark clouds, which were formed by the dark clouds, seemed to have been slashed by thousands of wind blades. They were torn into pieces like rags. Rays of misty green light suddenly burst out from the 3-meter-long bone spear. The green light was bizarre and evil. It contained a soul-sucking pressure. When the light shone on the high god of darkness, he immediately felt dizzy and powerless. Chapter 840. Tomain could affect both the human body and the soul. Once the tomain entered one's body, one would be lucky to be able to exert 80% of one's strength. It was not easy to extract tomain, and it required superb skills to fuse the tomain into a demonic weapon. The fact that Little Skull was able to produce tomain from his bone spur was enough to prove that he had some expertise in refining weapons. The tomain stealthily seeped into the body of the high god of darkness with the help of the misty green light. It affected his divine body and divine soul, preventing him from exerting his full strength. The bone spear glowed with dazzling green light. At the same time, Han Hao arrived at lightning speed. He grabbed the bone spear with his sparkling arm and charged to the side of the high god of darkness. Immediately after, he unleashed a torrent of attacks. Bone spears, bone prisons, and corpse explosion spells landed on the high god of darkness. He had no choice but to unleash his darkness divine energy to defend himself. It was obvious that Little Skull Han Hao's strength was superior to his. In just a few moments, the high god of darkness had fallen into a disadvantageous position. His divine body was lacerated by Little Skull's bone spur. Crimson blood flowed out from the lacerations. The tomain seized the opportunity to wreak havoc in his body, disintegrating his will even faster. On the other side, the 3 high gods flew towards Rose and the 5 elite zombies. Rose and Han Shuo were not worried in the slightest. They did not join the fight either. The 5 elite zombies gathered together, coordinating with each other from a distance, calmly waiting for the 3 high gods to attack. Those forces who were watching from the outside were astonished when they saw how ferocious Little Skull Han Hao was. They did not expect that Han Shuo and his party would not break out of the encirclement but stay behind to fight the enemy. Harrelai's pupils constricted as he focused all of his attention on Little Skull Han Hao. He too was shocked. He did not expect that the ordinary-looking Little Skull Han Hao would possess such terrifying strength. In a head-on clash, Little Skull had the upper hand and did not give the high god of darkness any chance to retaliate. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Buzz's subordinates finally arrived in front of Han Shuo. They split into several groups and charged at the 5 elite zombies, Rose and Han Shuo. At this moment, the smile on Han Shuo's face became even more gentle, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful arc suddenly. Hundreds of demon generals flew out from Han Shuo's body. The demon generals were as fast as lightning, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. With Han Shuo at the center, they flew towards Buzz's subordinates. The tragedy of Hushvale City repeated itself. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals revealed their sinister appearances. They opened their bloody mouths and let out ear-piercing screeches as they attacked Buzz's subordinates in groups of 3 to 5. The demon generals could turn corporeal and ethereal. Their attacks were almost impossible to defend against. Once the demon generals got too close, the demon generals would fly into their divine bodies and devour them. Once the demon generals drilled into their bodies, they would immediately feel an unforgettable pain and fear. The sound of the demon generals devouring their divine bodies would intensify the fear in their hearts, making them feel as though they had fallen into the depths of hell and were being skinned alive. Miserable howls rang out from their mouths. In just a few breaths of time, under the attack of hundreds and thousands of demon generals, all of Buzz's subordinates were devoured. Their souls were sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon, and their divine bodies were devoured by the demon generals, rotting and hollowing out from the inside. Withered corpses fell to the ground one after another. These corpses looked as though they had been weathered for thousands of years. There was no blood, flesh. They looked like corpse demons that had been summoned. They were shriveled, withered, and pale. Without exception, all of them had an expression of extreme fear on their faces. Those with ulterior motives who were waiting for Buzz's good news had been laughing and discussing heatedly about how they should divide the spoils of war. However, when the withered corpses fell to the ground one after another, dozens of corpses littered the ground around Han Shuo in just a few breaths. They suddenly fell silent. The silence was oppressive. Everyone, including Haralai and Buzz, had the same expression of fear on their faces. Their gazes were all focused on Han Shuo, who was wearing a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Han Shuo was undoubtedly the center of attention. During his stay in the Fringe, the cauldron of myriad demon had absorbed a large number of divine souls. The number of demon generals in the cauldron had finally exceeded 1,000. Among them, there were dozens of spirit demons of the highest grade refined from high god souls. Under the sudden and frenzied attack of thousands of demon generals, the mere dozens of Buzz's subordinates were simply not enough to kill them. Other than the high god of darkness and Little Skull, who was still struggling against Han Hao, all of Buzz's subordinates, including the 3 high gods, were devoured by the demon generals. The smile on Han Shuo's face remained the same. He looked around and took in the marvelous expressions on the faces of the crowd. Then he coughed lightly. The demon generals that filled the sky like dark clouds were sucked into Han Shuo's body like a whale sucking in water. In just an instant, not a single demon general could be seen around Han Shuo. Han Hao, finish him, instructed Han Shuo with a faint smile. Little Skull, Han Hao, who had been staring at the high god of darkness, suddenly shot out 7 bone spurs from his back upon hearing Han Shuo's order. As soon as the 7 bone spurs shot out, Little Skull's strength once again increased by a large margin. Under Han Hao's control, the 7 bone spurs whizzed past the high god of darkness and shredded the dark clouds that shrouded the high god of darkness into dust. The high god of darkness was already struggling to fend off the attacks of Little Skull, Han Hao. Now that the 7 bone spurs were unleashed, the high god of darkness could no longer hold on. Caught off guard, a shorter bone spur pierced into his chest. Then, something strange happened. As soon as the bone spur pierced into the high god's body, it drilled into his body as though it had come to life. It wriggled and squirmed like a little snake. Suddenly, the high god of darkness aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair turned white, his eyes became sunken, and his face was covered in wrinkles. All the characteristics of an old man appeared on his body in just a few seconds. But that was not all. Gradually, his eyes lost focus and his body started rotting. His life force was rapidly drained away. A middle-aged burly man died of old age in an extremely short period of time. The boundary of aging, one of the 3 major boundaries of the energy of death, was added to the shorter bone spur. Whoosh! The bone spur returned to Little Skull's hand. The high god of darkness collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Cracking sounds could be heard as even his bones were broken. It was obvious that his life force had been completely drained away. It was also at this moment that the onlookers realized that Little Skull, who had not used the 7 bone spurs on his back all this while, had not used his full strength. Buzz's plan had completely failed. In just a short period of time, apart from himself and Bertha, all of his subordinates were slaughtered. Moreover, their deaths were more miserable than the last. Each of them was more chilling and terrifying than the last. Han Shuo rose and the 5 elite zombies did not even move or take a single step before the battle was over. The demon generals that mysteriously appeared had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the dried corpses that littered the ground, the onlookers might have thought that the terrifying scene just now was a one-sided illusion. It's that simple. Haralai, who was silently observing the battle from the dark, suddenly felt his lips turning dry. He looked at Han Shuo with a complicated gaze. My lord, I think I know why they rejected our proposal. Haralai's subordinates, who had thought that Han Shuo and the others would die a miserable death, put on a bitter smile and shook their heads. They thought that they had looked down on Han Shuo and the others and thought that they were weak sheep that could be easily bullied. Don't make a move, but amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. All of a sudden, more than 20 forces that harbored malicious intentions in the vicinity slowly retreated a large distance and made way for Han Shuo and the others. The few forces that had blocked off Han Shuo and the others exchanged glances and took the initiative to make way for Han Shuo and the others, as though to show that they had no intention of making things difficult for Han Shuo and the others. The guard who had been warning Han Shuo waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I think we have done more than we should. They don't need our help at all. No wonder they dared to offend so many forces at once. They have nothing to fear." The crowd wore different expressions and had different plans in their minds. Among them, Buzz and Bertha were the most remorseful of all. Buzz and Bertha, who had been running amok in the fringe for so long, were slaughtered in an instant. The two, who had no soldiers and no soldiers at their disposal, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Buzz's face turned ferocious and he was ready to go all out. But before he could open his mouth, Bertha stopped him with a glare. Bertha squeezed an even uglier smile on her ugly face and said to Han Shuo in a gentle smile, "Friend, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." "Oh, I don't see any misunderstanding between us." Han Shuo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Han Shuo had no choice but to play along with how thick Bertha's skin was for her to be able to say such things in front of everyone's eyes. "We only have a grudge against Rose. We don't have any personal grudges against you." Bertha immediately made her stance clear. She hastily said, "We still have some foundation in the fringe. Friend, as long as you promise not to get involved in Rose's matter, I am willing to offer you 5 million black crystal coins. What do you think?" Buzz's face sank when he heard Bertha's words. He didn't look too willing. But under Bertha's glare, Buzz had no choice but to let out a loud harumph to express his unwillingness. Not only did Bertha not want to avenge her men, but she was even willing to offer 5 million black crystal coins to keep Han Shuo out of the matter. This was a great humiliation to Buzz. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's shocking performance, he would have charged at Han Shuo a long time ago. Han Shuo smiled and shook his head under Bertha's expectant gaze. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't lack money. I only want your lives." Chapter 841. As soon as Han Shuo said those words, it meant that there was nothing left to talk about. Both sides could only fight to the death. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo felt Rose's hand grabbing onto his hand with great force. Han Shuo turned to look at Rose and discovered that her eyes were filled with gratitude. There were also some unusual emotions in her eyes. It appeared that under the immense pressure, Rose was displaying emotions that were rarely seen. Han Shuo put on a smile and said in a gentle voice, "You are one of my people. Of course I will stand up for you." "Thank you," replied Rose in a soft voice. Her beautiful face revealed a rare smile. It seemed that she was in a very good mood. There was no turning back now. Bertha let out a shrill laugh and said, "Outsider, do you really think that we are afraid of you? The fringe has its own rules. You have offended so many forces in one go. I don't believe that you can leave this place alive." Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Bertha. He impatiently instructed Little Skull Han Hao. "Little Hao, kill her." Han Hao didn't say a word as he fiercely shot out the bone spear in his hand, launching a flurry of attacks at Bertha. Bertha only possessed mid-stage high god strength. She did not have much chance of winning against Little Skull. As soon as the two clashed, Bertha was pushed back by Little Skull. Buzz was infuriated. It was never in his nature to admit defeat. When he saw that Han Shuo did not know how to appreciate his kindness despite being offered 5 million black crystal coins, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He roared, "Do you really think that you can defeat us? Let's see who will leave this place alive." Upon finishing those words, Buzz charged at Little Skull Han Hao instead of Han Shuo. Buzz had seen with his own eyes how Little Skull Han Hao killed one of his mid-stage high god subordinates. He was certain that Bertha, who was also a mid-stage high god, was no match for Han Hao. Buzz had no choice but to help Bertha get rid of Han Hao. Otherwise, if he were to fight Han Shuo, He would not have the chance to protect Bertha and Bertha. As soon as Buzz made his move, Han Shuo followed suit. Like a phantom, he suddenly appeared between Little Skull Han Hao and Bertha. He raised his hand and blocked Buzz's path. He smilingly said, "Your opponent is me." This time Han Shuo did not summon a sky full of demon generals. With one thought, 17 flying swords shot out from his body. The sinister and terrifying flying swords let out ear-piercing whistles as they streaked across the battlefield. The demonic energy they emitted corroded everything around Buzz. He had no time to deal with Bertha. Rose watched helplessly as Han Shuo and Han Hao stopped their enemies. Although she wanted to lend a hand, she was worried about the 5 elite zombies behind her. Therefore, she stood still and stared at Han Shuo and Little Skull Han Hao with burning eyes. Whether it was Han Shuo or Little Skull Han Hao, it would not be difficult for them to deal with Buzz and Bertha. Both of them possessed strength that far surpassed their opponents. It would not be surprising for them to emerge victorious in a one-on-one fight. The 5 elite zombies had completely relaxed. They grinned as they watched the battle between Han Shuo and Han Hao. They casually commented on the battle, as though they were spectators. Their faces were calm and unruffled. Little Skull Han Hao's bone spear had reached the acme of perfection. It created layers of gray clouds of death that completely shrouded Bertha. Meanwhile, the 7 bone spears on his back were restless, as though they were waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Bertha was greatly astonished. It was only at this moment that she realized how terrifying the strength of the youngster before her was. It was only after the fight that she realized how bizarre the Little Skull's energy of death was, and how much more terrifying the power of the demonic art was mixed with the energy of death. The green hazy radiance radiating from the bone spears caused Bertha's divine body to grow weaker and weaker. Bertha knew in her heart that this was not the way to go. Barring any mishaps, she would be killed by the emotionless youngster. Although she did not know the true strength of Han Shuo, judging from Buzz's face that was filled with fear, she knew that Han Shuo's situation was not much different from hers. This won't do. If this goes on, both of us will be finished. Damn it, when did that bitch Rose hook up with such a terrifying guy? Bertha cursed in her mind. While defending herself with all her might, she thought of a way to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Bertha exerted all her strength to temporarily break away from Little Skull Han Hao's bombardment. She seized the opportunity and shouted, "My friends outside, we have the same goal. Let's not hesitate any longer. Only by working together to eliminate these outsiders can we have a foothold in the fringe." Upon hearing those words, those indifferent onlookers seemed to be tempted. But when they recalled Han Shuo's astonishing skills, they became hesitant. They were weighing whether or not it was worth risking their lives and the lives of their subordinates in the fringe for the sake of a single treasure. We only want them dead. As long as they are dead, I'm willing to fork out 5 million black crystal coins. 5 million black crystal coins plus the items and crystal coins they have on them is more than enough for us to share. Don't hesitate any longer. If they don't die today, how will we have a foothold in the fringe? Bertha cursed in her mind when she saw those onlookers hesitating. But when she saw Little Skull chasing after her, she hastily raised the price again. 5 million black crystal coins was a sky-high price to those onlookers. It was equivalent to Buzz's savings over several decades. Bertha's offer immediately tempted those onlookers. Suddenly, those onlookers' eyes turned bloodshot as they looked at Han Shuo's party. Under the temptation of 5 million black crystal coins, many of them had forgotten how terrifying Han Shuo was, and were ready to gamble with their lives. There were also some forces who had a clear understanding of the situation. They knew that if they did not seize this opportunity to kill Han Shuo's party, it would be much more difficult for them to do so in the future. They were only doing special deals and they would never want a troublemaker like Han Shuo to exist. For the sake of their own future profits, these people were tempted. They who had retreated a long time ago once again surrounded Han Shuo's party. It seemed that they were ready to join forces and kill Han Shuo's party. There were also a few forces who did not make a move. They only came after hearing the news and did not do any special deals. With that, it was impossible for the demon generals to sneak into the bodies of the fringe dwellers and kill them within a short period of time. The fringe dwellers could only gather in groups of 3 to 5 to attack. Their efficiency was greatly reduced. It was at this moment that Han Shuo and Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Hao finally flew to where the 5 elite zombies and Rose were. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shuo were connected telepathically. They had long prepared the penta-elemental undead formation. The 5 elite zombies immediately activated the penta-elemental undead formation as soon as Han Shuo arrived. Now they just had to wait for those fringe dwellers to enter. Chapter 842. Although the 5 elite zombies were very familiar with the penta-elemental undead formation, they had yet to put it to use in actual combat. Han Shuo was looking forward to seeing if the penta-elemental undead formation would surprise him. However, the 5 elite zombies seemed to be very confident in the penta-elemental undead formation. After positioning themselves according to the 5 elements, Han Shuo, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose gathered in a safe zone inside the formation. Just as the 3 stood still, the 5 elite zombies launched the penta-elemental undead formation. Suddenly, the Earth elite zombie's figure disappeared into the depths of the earth. The Wood elite zombie also merged into a towering tree at the side and disappeared in a flash. The Metal elite zombie brandished the golden cudgel. His entire body fused with the golden cudgel. The glittering golden cudgel grew larger and larger until it became a small mountain. The Fire elite zombie turned into a leaping flame, constantly drifting in that area. Wherever he passed, he brought out balls of raging flames. The raging flames rose to the sky, enveloping the entire area in a sea of fire. The Water elite zombie turned into a 10,000-year-old block of ice, standing motionlessly on the undulating earth. Suddenly, the area was filled with yuan energies of 5 elements and started undergoing earth-shattering changes. The 5 elite zombies could not be seen in their true forms. However, the earth in that area started tearing and forming ravines. Flames raged across the sky. Vines that resembled thousands of little snakes coiled around the area, sending sand and pebbles flying. Chilly winds blew. While the sky was filled with raging flames, the earth was bone-chilling cold. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was unknown where the colorful power came from, but it started to shoot everywhere in the penta-elemental undead formation. The penta-elemental undead formation, which originally covered an area of only a few hundred meters, was rapidly expanding outwards. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that had opened its bloody mouth to devour and destroy everything in this world. Earth-shaking and earth-shattering energy ripples emanated from the penta-elemental undead formation. The energy ripples were like raging waves that engulfed everything in the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. Of the thousands of fringe dwellers charging at the fringe, those flying at the front were the first to be engulfed by the penta-elemental undead formation. All of a sudden, an overwhelming energy surged towards them. It was as though hundreds of enormous mountains were crashing down at the same time. The fringe dwellers who were below high god strength vomited mouthfuls of blood. Some of them were caught off guard and were squished into meat paste by the sudden oppressive energy. Chilly winds howled. The chilly winds were as sharp as blades, ferocious and as ferocious as a flash, and as swift as lightning. Balls of boundless flame surged forth like an ocean, directly devouring the people. The raging flame's heat was terrifying to the extreme, and those people were all roasted into jerky. A series of deafening roars came from the depths of the earth, and a huge suction force came from the depths of the torn earth, directly pulling those fiend gods that had soared into the sky. Then the sky was filled with flying stones, and they fell into the depths of the earth like meteors. Deafening screams sounded from the depths of the earth. Other than the leaders of the fringe dwellers who were struggling to survive, there were no survivors. Of the fringe dwellers who bore the brunt of the penta-elemental undead formation, except for a few leaders of the fringe dwellers who were still struggling, there were no survivors. Nearly 100 fringe dwellers were slaughtered by all kinds of inexplicable energies in an instant. Not even their corpses could be seen. The penta-elemental undead formation was still expanding. In just the blink of an eye, another few hundred fringe dwellers were engulfed by the formation. Another tragedy occurred. The energies of the 5 elite zombies continued to spread and fuse together, forming all kinds of bizarre attacks that dragged the fringe dwellers into hell. Although none of the 5 elite zombies had reached High God Realm, all of them possessed the 5 elemental treasures. With the help of the 5 elemental treasures, they could unleash strength that far exceeded their normal strength. The 5 energies came from the same source, and when fused together through the formation, their overall strength soared by tens of times. Miserable shrieks sounded incessantly from within the penta-elemental undead formation. The leaders of the major forces who had entered the fringe dwellers could only hold on for a short while before they succumbed to all kinds of energies and were engulfed. The demon generals that filled the sky attacked in a frenzy, not sparing a single fringe dweller. More than 1,000 demon generals gathered in groups of 10, increasing the pressure on those fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation and hastening their deaths. In just a few short minutes, with the cooperation of the penta-elemental undead formation and the demon generals, nearly 400 fringe dwellers were slaughtered. 200 fringe dwellers were still struggling bitterly within the penta-elemental undead formation. At the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, Han Shua Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose stared dumbfoundedly at the earth-shattering commotion outside the formation. They watched helplessly as the penta-elemental undead formation created by the 5 elite zombies slaughtered every fringe dweller that entered the formation. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock and horror. Han Shua had long known that the penta-elemental undead formation was very powerful, but he did not know just how powerful it was. It was only when the penta-elemental undead formation began to bare its fangs and devour all living beings around it, that Han Shua realized why the 5 elite zombies were so confident in facing the onslaught of so many fringe dwellers. When the 5 elite zombies were not gathered together, the 5 of them might not even be able to wipe out a small power. But when the 5 elite zombies started slaughtering fringe dwellers using the penta-elemental undead formation, the 5 elite zombies turned into world-destroying weapons that continuously devoured all living beings in the vicinity. Looking at the scene created by the 5 elite zombies, Han Shua had to admit that the might of the penta-elemental undead formation could be rated as monstrous. It had perfectly fused the energies of the 5 elite zombies with the 5 elemental treasures, increasing the strength of the 5 little fellas by dozens of times. It had brought Han Shua an unimaginable surprise. The penta-elemental undead formation was still wreaking havoc. Any fringe dwellers that were drawn into it would find it difficult to escape from the entanglement of the formation. They could only passively face the intricate and bizarre attacks, and face the misfortune of death at any moment. Retreat! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded. It came from the leader of a power. At this moment, his subordinates were about to charge into the center of the penta-elemental undead formation. The leader could not see what was happening inside the penta-elemental undead formation. All he could see was a mass of grayish air that was crazily rotating. However, not a single one of the fringe dwellers that entered the penta-elemental undead formation managed to come out alive. This caused him great panic. Upon hearing the leader's roar, the remaining dozen or so forces that were about to charge into the penta-elemental undead formation turned around and dispersed. No one dared to recklessly charge into the penta-elemental undead formation again. As the 5 elite zombies had limited energy, the penta-elemental undead formation had a limited range, and they could only maintain it for a limited amount of time. Gradually, the madly rotating mass of air slowed down. The strange rocks returned to their original positions. The dust settled, and the raging flames that filled the sky were extinguished in an instant. The fringe dwellers waited for a long while until the penta-elemental undead formation completely dissipated. When everything returned to the light of day, what entered their eyes was a devastated land, corpses, severed limbs, and rolling heads of the 500 to 600 fringe dwellers who had charged into the fringe. Less than 30 of them were still alive. Moreover, all of them were exhausted and their faces were filled with fear. It was as though they had gone through the most miserable and cruel experience in their lives. The ground was covered with corpses and severed limbs. The ground was scorched black and deep ravines were torn open. Enormous rocks of unknown origin were scattered all over the place. Most of the time, a mangled body was buried under those rocks. Some of them were not dead yet. Blood was gushing out of their mouths and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. The remaining fringe dwellers that were fortunate enough to not enter the formation gazed at the hellish scene in the center of the formation in complete silence. They suddenly felt that their lips were dry and their divine bodies were somewhat weak. Other than the sounds of panting, there was not a single cry of alarm in the vast area. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps pounded on the fringe dwellers' hearts like the beating of a drum. Han Shua, Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose were approaching from afar. In this silent area, Han Shua's footsteps were so ear-piercing that they woke up all the fringe dwellers from their stupor. At this moment they suddenly remembered that they were still in danger. Buzz and Bertha, who were covered in wounds, looked fearfully at Han Shua and Rose, who were approaching them step by step. At this moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. There was no longer a trace of arrogance or ferocity on their faces. All that was left was endless despair. I didn't want to attack any of you, but you are too unreasonable. I have always granted those who want to die. Step by step, Han Shua smiled warmly and said, Buzz, Bertha, do you want me to do it myself? There were less than 30 fringe dwellers who had entered the penta-elemental undead formation. Buzz and Bertha were in the center. As soon as Han Shua said that, everyone's eyes focused on Buzz and Bertha. Suddenly, as if they had a tacit understanding, the fringe dwellers around Buzz and Bertha attacked them at the same time. Before they could react, they were struck by the energy and died tragically on the spot. One of them strode forward and cut off Buzz's and Bertha's heads. He tossed them to Han Shua and said in a deep voice, They are dead. I hope you won't pursue this matter anymore. From now on, I promise I will not be your enemy. Please be magnanimous and let us go. He was a tactful person. Although he had escaped the penta-elemental undead formation, his divine body had suffered severe injuries. Without Han Shua's permission, it was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he had made a prompt decision to kill Buzz and Bertha to beg for Han Shua's forgiveness. Han Shua looked at Buzz and Bertha's heads that were rolling on the ground. He put on a warm smile and said, I've spent so much effort to gather all of you here. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Chapter 843. That person's heart turned cold as soon as he heard those words from Han Shua. As he looked at Han Shua, who was smiling from ear to ear, he began to feel that the situation was getting worse and worse. It was at this moment that Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose arrived from behind. They stood beside Han Shua and looked at the exhausted fringe dwellers with cold eyes. They were ready to kill at any moment. The 5 elite zombies were nowhere to be found. Other than Han Shua, who could communicate with them telepathically, no one knew where the 5 elite zombies were hiding. This unknown danger was even more terrifying to those fringe dwellers. They all cursed themselves for being blind. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to provoke this bunch of lunatics? What do you want? That person's heart shuddered. He couldn't help but take a step back from the pressure that Han Shua deliberately emitted. Submit to me or die. Han Shua coldly groaned and shouted with the soul-assimilating siren, using the energy of Cauldron Spirit. Waves of bizarre energy that were hard to be seen by the naked eye rippled like water. Terrifying energy fluctuations that could shake one's heart were emitted from Han Shua's body, as though warning the few before him what would happen to them if they dared to resist. That person's face was cloudy and uncertain. For a moment, he didn't know how to react to the terrifying pressure emanating from Han Shua. The penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 elite zombies had greatly shocked them. Little did they know that the 5 elite zombies were at the end of their tether, and that they wouldn't be able to use the penta-elemental undead formation again anytime soon. Retreat! In the periphery, the other dozen or so forces that were silently watching the hellish scene scattered in all directions with a loud cry. The penta-elemental undead formation had not only intimidated the 30 or so fringe dwellers, but also those fringe dwellers who did not personally participate in the battle. Just from the ravines and the corpses that littered every corner of the battlefield, one could tell just how terrifying the massacre was. At this moment they no longer had any thoughts of fighting against Han Shua. When they saw that he was only staring at the 30 or so survivors that were riddled with scars, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and left this troublesome place at all costs. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious gods of the 10 or so great forces nearby drifted away like ghostly shadows. The only ones who stayed put were a few indifferent bystanders who had not been tempted by Bertha's 5 million black crystal coins. Haralai and his men were among them. At this moment Haralai's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe his eyes as he stared at the tragic scene around Han Shuo. However, the truth was right in front of him. Haralai had no choice but to believe it. Haralai suddenly felt that he was very foolish and laughable. How could he have thought that Tanai would volunteer to take on the task of protecting them? This group of ferocious fiends had slaughtered 500 to 600 fringe dwellers in a short period of time. How could Haralai possibly stand a chance against them? "My lord, should we leave as soon as possible?" One of Haralai's men couldn't help but ask when he saw the bitter smile on Haralai's face. Haralai shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that. I don't think they mean us any harm. Let's see, this man is too good at concealing his strength. Despite possessing strength surpassing high gods, he gives off the illusion that he is only a mid-god. This guy's arrival could very well change the power structure of the Fringe." At present, there were only the 5 sovereigns in the Fringe who ruled over all other forces. The 5 sovereigns seemed to have a tacit understanding that they would ignore small forces like Haralai and Buzz. They would only fight each other in the dark. It was obvious that Han Shuo possessed strength surpassing that of a high god. Moreover, every one of his men was mysterious and unfathomable. They even had the terrifying power to annihilate a large group of enemies. With such a powerful force entering the Fringe, it was only a matter of time before a storm of carnage would be stirred up. Perhaps the Fringe might even re-establish its order. Once the war broke out, all the Fringe dwellers would inevitably participate in it. If they could choose one of the Fringe dwellers as the victor, they would be able to seize the initiative when the Fringe dwellers reorganized their forces and greatly increased their forces. To Haralai, this was a rare opportunity. Han Shuo coldly looked at the fleeing Fringe dwellers. He did not pursue them. On one hand, he had more than 30 Fringe dwellers to deal with, and on the other hand, he did not have the energy to deal with them. The 5 elite zombies had just deployed the penta-elemental undead formation, and had consumed a great deal of their energy. They would not be able to reactivate the penta-elemental undead formation without a period of rest. Little Skull, Han Hao, and Rose were just 2 people. They could not restrain the hundreds of Fringe dwellers who were fleeing. Han Hao himself had to stay behind to preside over the situation. He could not give up on pursuing the fleeing Fringe dwellers. Han Shuo knew that he could not conquer all of them at once. He had to take things one step at a time. As his strength grew, even if he did not take the initiative to attack, there would be people who would willingly submit to him. And now Han Shuo wanted to capture those people before him. The 30 or so Fringe dwellers were all exhausted inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Faced with the pressure that Han Shuo deliberately released, their minds were in a dilemma. Among the 30 or so Fringe dwellers, 10 possessed high god strength. Although the remaining 20 or so only possessed mid-god strength, they all possessed special talents in certain aspects. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive inside the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shuo coldly groaned and said in a cold voice, "You have no choice. Either you die or you surrender. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, the demon generals that filled the sky transformed into solid bodies. They danced around the Fringe dwellers like bats, ready to pounce and kill them at any moment. I am willing." Under the double pressure, one of the heavily injured mid-gods had a mental breakdown. He took the initiative to express his will. This kind of thing was easy once someone took the lead. Those who were strong suddenly let go of their bitter perseverance when the first "I do" was said. Cries of "I do" came from the mouths of those who were riddled with scars. They all knelt on one knee in unison, awaiting Han Shuo's judgment. The Fringe had its own rules. The gods of the Fringe were all ferocious beings from the 12 dominions. They didn't have any morals or self-restraint. Naturally, they had to be restrained in order to submit. They all knew this and waited patiently for Han Shuo to take control of them. Drops of blood flew out from Han Shuo's palm. The scarlet blood looked like rubies. They spun in the air and entered the necks of the 30 Fringe dwellers before disappearing from the back of their heads. In the next moment, the 30 Fringe dwellers suddenly felt as though something had been added to their divine souls. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo suddenly turned cordial. The hatred hidden in the depths of their hearts was gradually disappearing with the injection of the demonic blood. Master, the leader of the fringe dwellers bowed in reverence. His attitude was very sincere. Master! Master! The other fringe dwellers called out softly. They uniformly bowed in front of Han Shuo. The hatred and dissatisfaction they had for Han Shuo had disappeared under the effect of the demonic blood. Han Shuo nodded and said with a satisfied smile, "Get up, all of you. From today onwards you are my demon guards. Gorin, you will be their leader for the time being." "Thank you, Master." The High God of Lightning, who had beheaded Buzz and Bertha, and had been trying his best to negotiate with Han Shuo, acknowledged respectfully. He was the only late-stage High God among the fringe dwellers. Not only did he possess sufficient strength, he was also vicious and merciless. Judging from the way he killed Buzz and Bertha, it could be seen that he was able to discern the situation at critical moments. He was very suitable for this position. The 30 drops of blood essence that flew into the back of their heads would gradually affect their divine souls, making them wholeheartedly loyal to Han Shuo. The demonic blood would not affect their strength, intelligence, or judgment. Other than making them feel that Han Shuo was their master, there were no other side effects. Alright, some of you still have some subordinates. I will give you some time to return and gather your subordinates. I will give you further instructions. As for those mid-gods without any foundation, follow Gorin for the time being, instructed Han Shuo as he looked down at the new demonic guards who were kowtowing on the ground. As soon as these words were spoken, the demonic guards kneeling before Han Shuo respectfully saluted, then dispersed one by one, drifting in all directions. The mid-gods followed Han Shuo's instructions and followed Gorin. After a short while, there was no one left in front of Han Shuo. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo turned his attention to the distance. He looked at Haralai, who was looking at him with bright eyes. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and raised his voice, "Haralai, are you interested in following me?" The last time Han Shuo invited him, Haralai had disdainfully rejected him, and even ridiculed Han Shuo for being crazy. But this time Haralai was obviously not as straightforward as before. Haralai hesitated in the face of Han Shuo's olive branch. In the end he put on a bitter smile and said, "I need to think about it. I don't want to be treated like how you treated Gorin." The same question was asked on the same day, but the attitude of the person who answered was completely different. They are losers. That is what they deserve. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said to Haralai, "If you are willing to submit, you will naturally not be treated like this. You will retain all your intelligence and our relationship will not be like that." Haralai was somewhat tempted by Han Shuo's promise, but he did not immediately agree. He pondered for a moment and said, "Give me some time. I need to think about it." Han Shuo nodded and said, "You can think about it. But the more you follow me, the worse your treatment will be. Think about it carefully." Looking at the remaining forces, Han Shuo smiled and said, "What about you? What do you think now that you've seen it?" Chapter 844. Those who could resist the temptation of Bertha's 5 million gold coins were few and far between. Those who could stay after witnessing Han Shuo's shocking display of strength usually had something to rely on. For example, they were the subordinates of the 5 sovereigns, or they were confident that they could quickly retreat. Under Han Shuo's gaze, the leaders of the few forces exchanged glances with one another. One of them said, "I mean no harm. I just happened to come and take a look. Gentlemen, if you are interested, I can introduce you to Lord Logue. I believe that Lord Logue will be very interested in you." His words were obviously related to one of the 5 sovereigns, Logue. It seemed that the reason why he had not left yet was because he wanted to recruit Han Shuo and his party for his master. The other forces, Tyre, Asura, Salis, Wasis, and Tyre all expressed their intentions. They represented the other 4 sovereigns, Tyre, Asura, Salis, and Wasis, in hopes that Han Shuo would consider their offer. They solemnly expressed to Han Shuo that as long as Han Shuo agreed, they would immediately give him everything he needed in the fringe. The 5 sovereigns had been fighting openly and covertly in the fringe for many years. They had spared no effort in recruiting top-notch experts. Han Shuo had just proven his valiant strength. If he were to join one of the sovereigns, the balance of power in the fringe would definitely be broken and the strength of one of the sovereigns would be greatly enhanced. Han Shuo knew that the reason why they were so fearless was because they had the backing of the 5 sovereigns. He was not at all surprised by their proposal. Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and straightforwardly refused, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of submitting to anyone. The fringe is so vast. I believe that there will be a place for me to stand. Thank you for your kind offer." The sovereigns nodded indifferently after hearing Han Shuo's words. They did not try to persuade Han Shuo to stay. From their point of view, an unruly person like Han Shuo indeed didn't seem like someone who would submit to others. They hadn't held much hope in their invitation to begin with. Now that Han Shuo had rejected them, they didn't stay any longer and took their leave. Haralai also bowed slightly to Han Shuo and left with his men. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo was surrounded by corpses. There was no one left alive. "Rose, didn't you say that you still have friends? And take me to them. Right now we don't have enough manpower. If we can recruit them, we should grab them as soon as possible." Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Han Shuo looked at Rose and said, "Okay, I'll take you to them." Rose nodded and prepared to lead the way. "Wait!" Suddenly, a soft cry came from the checkpoint in the distance. In an instant, the Amphalos guard who had warned Han Shuo many times came to greet him. Han Shuo had a good impression of this person. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Han Shuo smiled and asked in a friendly manner, "What's the matter? I heard you're asking about Kage, right?" He came over and lowered his voice. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked puzzledly, "How did you know? That wind spirit you asked about is one of us." "He told me about it," the guard explained softly to Han Shuo. He then said to Han Shuo, "I'll give you a piece of information for free. Kage has just left the Empyrean Peak and should be returning to his residence. If you want to find him, now is the best time to do so." Upon finishing those words, the guard smiled at Han Shuo, turned around and returned to the Amphalos. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why this guy kept showing goodwill to him. But when he heard that Kage had left the Empyrean Peak, he immediately changed his mind and decided to get rid of Kage first. After the guard left, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and voiced his opinion. "Father, did that guy tell us about Kage so that we can get rid of him and then leak the information?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and nodded approvingly. He thought to himself, "This son of mine is indeed not as naive as the 5 elite zombies." After giving it some thought, Little Skull Han Hao's theory was plausible. The 5 sovereigns of the fringe were not on good terms with each other. That guard probably wasn't one of Salus's men. If Han Shuo killed Kage and leaked the information, it was very likely that Salus would come after him. Judging from the strength Han Shuo had displayed, even if Han Shuo was defeated and killed by Salus, Salus would have to pay a hefty price. It was an ideal outcome for the sovereigns. "Don't worry. Let's get rid of Kage first. But we need to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Sooner or later we will have to confront the 5 sovereigns, but not now." Han Shuo's goal in coming to the fringe was to unify the fringe. However, as Han Shuo had yet to attain the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, he wasn't confident that he could contend against the 5 sovereigns. "Understood." Little Skull Han Hao nodded after hearing Han Shuo's words. He suddenly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about Kage. Why don't you leave him to me?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Little Skull and thought to himself, Little Skull does indeed possess the strength to kill Kage. However, if Kage has some of his followers around him, things would be a little tricky. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo bunched his brows and said, "If it is a one-on-one fight, I believe it won't be difficult for you to kill Kage. But what if he has other experts with him? I will bring Little Earth with me. That should be enough. With Little Earth's help, I can launch a sneak attack from anywhere and kill Kage in the shortest time possible. Once he is dead, I will immediately leave with Little Earth. Everything will be fine." Han Hao was very confident. Little Skull Han Hao is famous among the god hunters of the Death Dominion for being ruthless and cruel. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he was also calm and decisive in his actions. In the past 50 years, Han Shuo thought for a moment and agreed to it smilingly. He nodded and said, "All right. Why don't you and Little Earth make a trip together?" It had been proven that the quickest way to improve their strength was to let them face all kinds of dangers and battles alone. Han Shuo understood that. In any case, Kage only possessed mid-stage high god strength. Given the strength displayed by Little Skull, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. With Han Tu around, Han Shuo could attack from the front and defend from the back. "Little Earth, come with me," said Little Skull Han Hao softly. After taking a glance at Han Tuesday, Han Tu put on a silly smile and appeared rather excited. He turned to Han Shuo and said, "Father, I'm leaving. If you can't find me, come to the Omphalos in 1 month." Before leaving, Han Shuo instructed Little Skull Han Hao. "Understood, father." Little Skull nodded and left with Han Tu and Little Skull. "Let's go. I will continue to look for Kage," said Han Shuo as he turned to Rose. Rose said no more. She led the way and flew southwest. Han Shuo would Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie followed behind her. 3 days later, in a swamp that was permeated with miasma, Han Shuo and his party were wandering aimlessly. The sludge of the swamp was emitting a foul stench and bubbling water. When the water bubbles burst, poisonous gases would spread and fill the air. All the animals and plants that could survive in the swamp were more or less poisonous. Along the way, all sorts of bizarre plants would pounce on them. But before they could even get close to Han Shuo and his party, Han Mu would wave his hand and stop them. "Damn it, the plants in this region are really savage. It takes me 1 more energy to control them. Fortunately, I have the Viride leaf. Otherwise, I would have to disperse them all the way. I would have to exhaust more than half of the energy in my body." Han Mu was cursing and swearing, saying that the plants in the swamp were not obedient enough. They even dared to question the orders of a tree spirit like him. This made him very displeased. The Wood Elite Zombie was refined from the elemental wood energy of the 5 elements. All plants and weeds also relied on the elemental wood energy to survive. The soul of the Wood Elite Zombie belonged to the highest level. The elemental wood energy within its body could innately control plants and weeds. This was because compared to the Wood Elite Zombie, the Wood Elite Zombie was the lowest level of existence. Their souls did not have complete autonomy. Generally speaking, any living creature that relied on the energy of wood could not escape from Wood Elite Zombie's control. In the Great Forest, Wood Elite Zombie could fuse the energy of wood into every tree. He could control the trees and weeds to attack, and he could also mobilize the energy of wood in the trees to replenish his divine energy. Upon entering the Great Forest, Wood Elite Zombie's strength would increase exponentially. Even a high god might not be a match for him in the Great Forest. However, the plants in this swamp seemed to have been corroded by the poison for too long. They actually possessed very strong tenacity, and would even resist the commands of the Wood Elite Zombie, the spirit of the trees. This caused the Wood Elite Zombie to expend even more energy in order to control them. "Rose, where is that friend of yours?" Han Shuo had unfolded his consciousness along the way but did not detect any signs of life. He was rather puzzled. "I'm not too sure either. That fella has been living here all his life. Besides, he belongs to a special race. He is the most eccentric and strongest of all my friends. After so many years, I don't know if he has left this place or not. Therefore, I'm not too sure either." Rose bunched her brows. She seemed to feel that it was meaningless to search aimlessly. However, she couldn't think of any good ideas. "Let's keep searching. Hopefully, we can find something," said Han Shuo calmly. The party continued to search. Another day passed but they still found nothing. On this day, they arrived at the largest swamp. When they saw enormous bubbles rising from the surface, Han Jin's expression suddenly jolted. He pointed below and said to Han Shuo in a joyful voice, "Father, there's a very strange metal down there. I have never seen it before. Let me take a look." Upon finishing those words, Han Jin suddenly leaped into the swamp. Chapter 845. Before Han Shuo could react, Metal Elite Zombie was pulled into the bottom of the swamp by the monstrous arm. All that was left were a few small bubbles. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he leapt into the swamp. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and pierced into the swamp. Metal Elite Zombie and Han Shuo could communicate telepathically. Han Shuo could clearly sense Metal Elite Zombie's position. The 17 flying swords flashed and disappeared into the swamp. Just as Han Shuo approached, earth-shattering rumbles came from the depths of the swamp. Filthy muddy water shot up into the sky. "Come out!" Han Shuo coldly shouted. He used his mind to control the 17 flying swords to wreak havoc in the swamp. 17 flying swords stabbed into the body of a humanoid creature wrapped tightly in mud, directly bringing him out of the depths of the swamp. A few other flying swords struck his body with crackling sounds, producing metallic clangs. "What a monster!" Metal Elite Zombie loudly cursed. He flew out from the swamp after the humanoid creature. His body was covered in mud and he was spitting out toxic muddy water from his mouth. "Rose, how come it's you?" A hoarse roar came from the humanoid creature. Sparks sparkled from the 17 flying swords as the mud on his body slowly fell off. In the blink of an eye, not a trace of filth could be seen on his body. A body with a metallic luster was exposed before everyone's eyes. He had the shape of a human, but the lines on his body were like iron and stone. His eyes glowed with a dusky light. He looked indescribably strange. The 17 flying swords possessed intense corrosive power. However, when they struck the creature's body, they didn't seem to have any effect. His body didn't rot in the slightest and he wasn't affected by the cold energy. "Romont, is that you?" Rose wasn't too sure and cautiously asked. "It's me." The strange creature's dusky eyes turned and sized up Han Shuo and the others. He asked, "What are you doing here?" "Who are they?" "I came to find you. They are my friends." Rose answered immediately. After a moment of hesitation, Rose asked awkwardly, "Romont, how did you become like this?" "Father, the surface of that guy's body is filled with rare metals, and his internal organs are filled with all kinds of toxins. He's not afraid of your flying swords attacks." Han Jin flew out of the swamp and shouted. The golden cudgel suddenly appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a towering tree and smashed towards him. Under the attack of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords, the man named Romont appeared calm and unruffled. However, when Metal Elite Zombie attacked with the golden cudgel, he appeared to be very apprehensive and hastily dodged to the side, not bothering to talk to Rose. Idiot, your body is full of metal. Where can you escape to?" Han Jin sneered. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the golden cudgel seemed to have eyes of its own. It flew out of his hand and chased after that guy. No matter how that person dodged, he couldn't avoid the golden cudgel's attacks. Violent sounds of attacks rang out on his body. In just a short while, Han Jin's golden cudgel had already struck his body 5 times. The golden cudgel was a metal attribute treasure, and had a marvelous ability to sense metals. Romont's body was composed of a large amount of rare metals. He simply couldn't escape the golden cudgel's attacks. Under the miraculous effects of the golden cudgel, no matter where he fled to, he couldn't avoid the attacks. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. It was very reasonable. With his entire body composed of rare metals and his body filled with all kinds of toxins, even Han Shuo wouldn't find it easy to touch Romont. However, the existence of Metal Elite Zombie was faintly restraining him. Han Shuo observed for a moment and noticed that the area was littered with white bones. He reckoned that many gods had died in this area. If Han Shuo's guess was right, those gods were killed by Romont. This indicated that Romont possessed extraordinary strength. "Not long after you left the fringe, I was besieged and severely injured. I desperately fled to this place. Here my body was corroded by all sorts of toxins and started to rot. Disheartened, I crawled into the swamp. I don't know why, but the rare metals and toxins in the swamp slowly attached themselves to my rotting body. I thought I was going to die soon, so I just kept waiting. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, I would still be alive, and my body would also undergo earth-shattering changes. That's how I ended up like this." Romont recounted his experience under Rose's questioning. "Right under the swamp?" Rose was stunned. She did not expect that Han Shuo would have such a strange experience. Romont nodded and put on a strange expression. He continued, "That's right. I don't even know what I am now. Not only my body but even my divine soul has changed. Sometimes I even feel that I am a piece of stone, as though I have been dead for a very long time." Romont had a blank look on his face. He seemed to be in a daze, as if he no longer existed. "I've noticed that there are many corpses in this swamp. Were they all killed by you?" Han Shuo smiled and suddenly interjected with a question. "Yes. Many years ago I killed a few people who came in here. One of them managed to escape. As soon as he left this swamp, he started spreading rumors that I have a great treasure in my body. The fringe is never short of greedy and ruthless people. For a long period of time I was hunted down by those who came in to kill me. If it wasn't for the earth-shattering changes in my body, I would have been killed long ago. All these years I would proactively kill those who came to this swamp to warn those people not to act rashly. I thought you were the same kind of people. That's why I attacked you," explained Romont. Han Shuo smiled and nodded at Rose. He said, not bad at all. To be able to kill so many intruders, he must have some skills." Tell him about it." The reason Rose brought Han Shuo here was to recruit Romont. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Rose looked at Romont and said, "Romont, follow my master. Buzz and Bertha have been killed. You can't stay in this swamp forever, can you?" "What? Buzz and Bertha are dead?" Romont was shocked. He looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and asked, "You killed them? You can say that." Han Shuo smiled and said to Romont, "I don't think it's easy to stay in this swamp. If you stay here forever, you will only gradually lose yourself. Come with me. I can see that your body is special. Perhaps it can bring you some benefits." Romont's body was an excellent material for refining weapons. As long as Han Shuo put his heart into it, he could use Romont as a base to refine a weapon. Perhaps he could enhance Romont's potential. "You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me. If you don't agree, I'll beat you to death," sneered Han Jin. He took out the golden cudgel and swung it at Romont from a distance. One was tempting, the other was threatening, and Rose was playing the emotional card. Romont's face was filled with bitterness. He hung his head, realizing that he had no choice at all. After hesitating for a while, he nodded helplessly and expectantly. Chapter 846. In the swamp, Romont's entire body was buried deep in the mud. Han Shuo was constantly instructing Metal Elite Zombie to throw colorful ores into the swamp. "What are you trying to do?" Romont's face was full of suspicion and worry. "Don't worry. You will understand what I'm trying to do after some time." Romont, don't worry. It will only benefit you and won't cause any harm to your body." Han Shuo smiled mysteriously and continued to instruct Han Jin to throw rocks into the swamp. There were some rare ores in this swamp area. As long as Metal Elite Zombie put in a bit of effort, he would be able to gather all those rare ores. In addition, Han Shuo and Metal Elite Zombie had stored a large amount of exotic ores in their space rings. These ores were enough for Han Shuo to use to refine Romont's body. "Master, will there be any problems?" Rose was a little worried. She had indeed seen Han Shuo refine weapons before, but at that time Han Shuo only used inanimate objects. She had never seen him directly using a living person to refine weapons. No matter what, Romont had saved her when she was in danger. She didn't want anything to happen to Romont. To Rose, this was something unimaginable. However, to Han Shuo, it was a common occurrence. Little Skull, the 5 elite zombies, and Dark Dragon Gilbert were all refined by Han Shuo using this method. Han Shuo was already familiar with this process and wasn't worried at all. The process will indeed be a little painful, but he will definitely be satisfied with the result. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Han Shuo smiled. Rose had always trusted Han Shuo. Hearing his guarantee, she finally relaxed. She shouted at Romont from afar, "Romont, don't worry. It might be a little unbearable along the way, but don't worry, you'll be fine." It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but with her shouting, Romont became even more nervous. With a long face, he begged Han Shuo, "Can you not do it? I feel that my current body condition is very good." Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled somewhat evilly. I'll make your body even better. Haha, you just stay put. I promise that it'll take at most a month for your body to adapt to the presence of metal and poison. You'll find that your new body is even stronger than it is now. Hanjin, throw all those rare metals in, shouted Han Shuo. He pointed at Wood Elite Zombie Han Mu and said smilingly, Little Wood, throw in all the random poisons that you have gathered from the vicinity and dissolve them. Coming, father. Han Mu appeared to be very proactive. One after another, large wooden buckets flew over from the air. Each bucket was filled with a foul-smelling jet-black liquid. Han Mu manipulated the buckets and poured them into the swamp. When Han Shuo saw all kinds of metals and all sorts of strange poisons being forced into the swamp, he immediately mobilized the elemental energy of water and injected it into the swamp. The water force rotated the swamp at high speed, stirring up all the random substances in the swamp. When everything was ready, Han Hu took action. One after another, flames flew out from the fire lotus and fell into the swamp. The water that Han Shuo had injected into the swamp, along with some of the original liquids in the swamp, were roasted into smoke by the raging flames. The sludge gradually lost its moisture and dried up, tightly wrapping around Romont. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and arranged themselves into a small-scale energy-gathering formation. Han Shuo then poured his demonic yuan into the swamp, fanning Han Hu's raging flames. The entire swamp was set ablaze. The flames were tens of feet tall and scorching hot. Han Shuo and Rose immediately backed away from the flames. It's so hot. Romont felt his body getting hotter and hotter under the roasting of the flames. His body contained many rare metals. Although he might not be afraid of blades, metals had the ability to conduct heat. This degree of roasting would cause his entire body to be bathed in scorching heat. This is just the beginning. Don't be afraid of pain. Han Shuo let out a strange chuckle and said, My sons can endure this degree of pain. You will definitely be able to endure it to the end. Romont, hold fast to your divine soul. Don't worry about your body. Only by doing so can you improve yourself to the greatest extent. Romont felt his internal organs burning. The pain was so excruciating that it tore his lungs apart. He shouted and screamed, trying to break free from the swamp's binding force. Han Shuo nodded at Han Jin when he saw Romont desperately trying to break free from the swamp. The golden cudgel suddenly smashed down from the 9th heaven. With a loud clang, Romont was struck so hard that he saw stars. All the energy in his body was drained. Romont was in a daze. He looked up to the sky and cursed. He had lost the strength to charge out again. Han Jin laughed strangely. No matter how loud Romont yelled, as long as he gathered his strength and was ready to break free, Han Jin would control the golden cudgel to strike him. This would immediately make Romont dizzy and temporarily make him lose his resistance. Rose, who was watching from the side, was alarmed. She was worried that if the thick and heavy golden cudgel fell, Romont would be directly killed. She was full of doubts about Han Shuo's methods. She didn't understand why he would use such a cruel method to treat Romont. If you want to raise your potential in the shortest time possible, you need to endure pain that ordinary people can't bear. Han Shuo understood what Rose was worried about. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Romont will be fine. When he comes out, he will definitely thank me for everything I have done for him. Since Han Shuo said so, Rose had nothing else to say. For 7 days in a row, Fire Elite Zombie unceasingly roasted the swamp with the flames of the Fire Lotus. From time to time, Han Jin would throw in new ores. During these 7 days, Romont felt as though he was being tortured by thousands of demons, enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. Every time he wanted to break free or was about to faint from the pain, Han Jin's golden cudgel would descend from the sky, preventing him from getting rid of the inhuman pain for even a moment. On the 10th day, Romont, who felt as though he had died several times, suddenly discovered that strands of bizarre energy from the swamp flowed into his divine body. That energy had an extremely marvelous connection with his body. Once it entered his body, it greatly reduced the acidity in his body. Suddenly, marvelous changes occurred in his body. Romont discovered that the amount of metal in his body was increasing. Moreover, they were reorganizing in a marvelous pattern. undergoing an unimaginable transformation. Romont took a step forward, knelt on the ground and kowtowed before Han Shuo. He said with heartfelt admiration, "Thank you, Master. I am convinced." Chapter 847. While Han Shuo was refining Romont's body, Little Skull, Han Hao and Han Tu were faced with a difficult choice. 250 miles south of the Empyrean Peak, Kage and his men had just robbed a caravan. They were counting the loot and laughing maniacally from time to time. Little Skull, Han Hao and Han Tu were deep underground beneath Kage's feet. Through the pulsation of the earth, Han Tu could clearly sense the location of Kage and his men. He could even roughly estimate their numbers and strength. "Brother, apart from Kage, there are 4 high gods and 16 mid-gods. Moreover, they are all gathered together. Should we attack them now?" Han Tu was used to obeying Little Skull, Han Hao's orders. After carefully sensing for a moment, he asked for Han Hao's opinion. Han Hao wore a calm face and his purple demon eye glowed brightly. He calmly shook his head and said, "Wait. Do not attack unless there is a suitable opportunity." Han Tu did not say a word and continued to carefully observe the situation above him. 3 days later, Han Tu suddenly reported to Han Hao, "It seems that another group of people is coming. They are very strong and there are quite a number of them. I wonder if they are Kage's men." "Where are they?" asked Han Hao after staring blankly for a moment. "About 25 miles away from Kage. They seem to be approaching us," replied Han Tu after sensing for a moment. Han Hao Little Skull released a demon general and flew out through the tunnel that Han Tu had opened. He stealthily flew in the direction that Han Tu had pointed out. Naturally, the demon generals he refined were not as miraculous as the ones in the cauldron of myriad demon. Therefore, even though Kage and his men were right above him, Han Hao did not dare to send his demon general too close for fear of alerting them. About 25 miles away from Kage and his men, a group of people had concealed themselves and were cautiously approaching Kage. "Lord Polo, Kage is one of Salus's men. Won't we anger Salus by attacking him?" asked Kodiak, who was following Polo closely. Polo laughed mischievously and said, "Although Salus is powerful, why would the God Hunter Alliance fear him?" "Humph, the forces of our God Hunter Alliance are spread across the 12 dominions and our leader is stronger than Salus. We don't need to worry too much about him." After taking a short pause, Bolton chuckled mischievously and continued, "Besides, who would know that it was us who did it? At that time we just need to find some scapegoats. I think Salus doesn't have a massive god body. How could he suspect us?" "Yes, my lord." Kodiak saw that Polo had made up his mind and knew that it was useless to say anything else. "After we kill Kage, bring his head to Han Hao. Consider it my gift to him in the fringe." Bo Luo's face was gloomy as he said, "I didn't expect them to be so powerful. So many forces gathered together, but 400 to 500 of them were slaughtered. Han Hao really can't be underestimated." "But it seems that it was someone else who did it," Kodiak corrected. The news of Tanai's death spread like wildfire across the fringe. As one of the most powerful forces in the fringe, Polo received the news very quickly. When he learned that Han Shuo and his followers were so ferocious, he was astonished. He had fought with Han Hao several times and knew that Han Hao wouldn't be easy to deal with. But he did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. Judging from the current situation, Han Hao would surely enter the fringe. As a fellow god hunter, Polo was prepared to build a good relationship with Little Skull Han Hao so that he could prepare for the great changes in the fringe. "No matter who did it, we can be sure that Han Hao has a close relationship with them," Polo said mischievously. Polo chuckled and said, "That's good enough. Kage has been going crazy lately, stealing a lot of our business. I've been pissed off by him for a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to destroy him." Kodiak stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this might be the reason why Polo took action. He knew a little about his leader's temperament. Usually Polo was good at scheming. But sometimes when his temper flared up, he would not care about the consequences. Some time ago, Kage, relying on the fact that he had Salas as his backer, had repeatedly attacked the Fringe's territory. That had long since infuriated Polo. It appeared that Polo had been preparing to deal with Kage for a long time. This time it was just a coincidence. Deep underground, Little Skull Han Hao rolled his eyes and softly said, "So it's him." Han Tu stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Big brother, do you know him?" Little Skull nodded. His expression was rather odd, as though he found it strange that someone was trying to please him. He turned to Han Tu and solemnly said, "Get ready. We will make our move in a moment. The one coming is a friend and not an enemy. Make sure not to accidentally injure him." "Big brother, you have friends in the Fringe?" Han Tu was even more puzzled. He found his big brother to be more and more mysterious. He wondered how his big brother could have changed so much after being away from his father for 50 years. Not exactly a friend. He's just a guy with ulterior motives. In Han Hao heart there was no such thing as a friend. Other than Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies, everyone else could be categorized as either subordinates or enemies. Han Hao had no need for friends. "I understand. Get ready," cried Han Tu excitedly. He was ready to make his move at any moment. "My lord, we are about to reach the underground base. Lord Salas is very satisfied with the ores we got. He will definitely take good care of us in the future," said a bald burly man fawningly to Kage. Kage's face turned cold. He replied, "We need to seize this opportunity to do more business. We have more and more brothers. The next time we do business, we will do it big." Kage was an ambitious man. He did not expect that his subordinates in the underground base had already been wiped out by Han Shuo. "You are right, my lord. I heard that Ethereal City has a new city lord. We should try our best to make more connections. Back when Baum was still around, he would give us some benefits every year. Now that there is a new city lord, we must give him a shock," suggested the bald man. "Shut up. Don't give me any dirty ideas." Kage coldly groaned and said, "When that guy named McKinley settled in Ethereal City, it was the overgod of space who cleared all obstacles. Who do you think we are? Don't provoke the people from Ethereal City during this period of time." The bald man immediately put on a long face and did not say a word. He felt extremely aggrieved. "Enemies!" Kage suddenly cried out. He put on a vigilant face and said, "Be careful. Someone is approaching." Those on Kage's side were all battle-hardened demons. After hearing Kage's warning, they began to pay close attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed that the trees around them were lightly trembling. Soft rustling sounds were getting closer and closer. "Long time no see, Kage." Polo's voice sounded from behind a large tree. Slowly, his tall and sturdy figure came into view. Kage bunched his brows and said in a displeased tone, "Polo, what is the meaning of this? We have always minded our own business. Are you trying to make an enemy out of me by surrounding me with your men?" "Oh Kage, haven't you been meddling a little too much lately?" Polo sneered. He was secretly waiting for his subordinates to spread out and surround Kage's men. Kage was an expert in such tactics. When he saw that Polo's eyes were flickering while talking to him, he knew that Polo was up to no good. Kage did not have many men on his side, and he was not as strong as Polo. He was startled and immediately shrieked, "Polo, you dare to touch me? Do you believe that Lord Salas will annihilate all of your men?" "Who knows? Haha." Polo laughed. Then his smile faded and he coldly shouted, "Kill them." The people who were slowly dispersing towards Kage suddenly sped up and pounced towards Kage's men. Each and every one of Polo's God Hunter subordinates were ferocious and vicious. They roared ferociously and attacked in small groups of 3 to 5. They even knew how to cooperate with each other. "Polo, how dare you?" Kage was greatly alarmed. He did not expect that Polo would launch such a ferocious attack right from the start. "Why wouldn't I?" Polo laughed. "Do you think that no one will dare to touch you because you have Salas's protection? Kage, for you to dare to do business in our territory means that you are looking down on me. You know exactly what kind of person I am, and yet you still dare to act like this. You should have known that you would end up like this." The smile on Polo's face grew more and more malevolent. He sneered, "Brothers, kill them. Absorb all their divine energy." Polo's subordinates were indescribably excited, and they swarmed towards Kage's men. They had more men than Kage's men. If 5 or 6 of them were to attack a single man, they would not give him a chance to defend himself. They would immediately defeat and absorb their divine energy. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Kage's men had been killed. Those god hunters would get excited when they saw their prey, and would spare no effort in attacking. Kage's men were forced to retreat. "Polo, there has been a misunderstanding between us." Kage's heart grew colder and colder. He did not expect that Polo would not even give face to Salis. Previously, it was because of Salis that he dared to wander around Polo's territory. After making a few deals, he realized that Polo did not take any action. He assumed that Polo was afraid of Salis, so he did not have to worry about anything. Kage did not expect that Polo would kill all of Kage's men the moment he made a move. This was completely out of Kage's expectation. He started to feel fear. "Are you afraid now? It's too late. You will die today. If you don't die today, once word of this reaches Salis's ears, things will get troublesome." Polo sneered. He too prepared to kill Kage. "Polo, he's mine. Don't touch him." Suddenly, a tranquil voice sounded from beneath the ground. Han Hao, the little skull, mysteriously emerged from the battlefield and pointed his bone spear at Kage. Just like Rose, Kage possessed mid-stage high god strength of darkness. Although a character of his level would be very formidable against an ordinary fringe god, he had no chance of winning against Little Skull Han Hao, who cultivated in both the energy of death and demonic arts. From the moment Kage was enveloped by the bizarre energy of the 7 bone spurs, it seemed as though he was destined to die. As soon as Little Skull Han Hao got close to Kage, he launched even faster and more frenzied attacks at Kage. Including the bone spur in Han Hao's hand, there were a total of 8 bone spurs. They whizzed in all directions under Han Hao's demonic arts, and their trajectories were erratic. Every single one of them carried the power to reap the souls of others, and shattered the darkness divine energy that Kage exerted with great effort. From beginning to end, Kage could only defend himself. Although he had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo had the wind-wielding boots, he did not have the opportunity to use them. Although Polo was familiar with Han Hao, he rarely had the opportunity to see Han Hao in action. At this moment, Polo was staring at the callous-looking Han Hao with glistening eyes. His heart was filled with astonishment. Ever since Han Hao joined the God Hunter Alliance, many had been speculating about his true strength. At first, Han Shua found it very difficult to deal with a mid-god. Then one day a high god was killed by him. It was only then that people started to re-evaluate Han Hao's strength. Many god hunters couldn't fathom Han Hao's strength. As he cultivated in demonic arts, he could often kill experts who were much stronger than him. Polo had heard that Han Hao only possessed early-stage high god of death strength, and after meeting Han Hao a few times, he agreed with Han Hao's statement. But now Han Hao had the overwhelming advantage. Kage, who possessed mid-stage high god strength, had no way of fighting back. Just how strong is this fella? Polo was puzzled. His eyes were flickering non-stop. Pff. Under the unpredictable attacks of Little Skull Han Hao's 8 bone spurs, Kage was finally unable to fully defend himself. His shoulder was pierced by one of the bone spurs. Kage suddenly felt fatigued after being pierced by one of the bone spurs. The divine energy in his body was running out of control like a wild horse. Kage lowered his head and saw that his shoulder was slowly rotting. There seemed to be many tiny bugs that were hard to see with the naked eye tearing at his flesh. "It's poisoned." Kage was shocked and terrified. After fighting with Han Hao for a while, Kage discovered that the expressionless Han Hao was a killing machine that made no mistakes. From beginning to end, Han Hao did not show any strong emotions. It was as though Han Hao was an outsider, controlling every single detail of the battlefield. He had sealed off all of Kage's escape routes with his bone spurs and extinguished the hope in Kage's heart. Who is this guy? Is he even human? If he is, how can he not show any emotions? Kage was terrified. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Perhaps it was due to Little Skeleton's unique life form that every time he fought, he would not show the slightest ripple of emotion. He would perfectly display the realm of mind, soul, and body as one. Perhaps it was because of Little Skeleton's unique life form that he would never show any emotion during a battle, perfectly displaying the realm of mind, soul, and body. In a battle, only by reaching a state of absolute calmness could one not be affected by the opponent's provocation and maximize one's combat strength to the greatest extent. This was really a very terrifying thing. Kage was deeply aware of this. Bang! The death aura on the bone spear slammed into Kage's body, causing him to stagger backward. The bone spurs that had been hovering around Kage took this opportunity to rush forward. 3 of them broke through Kage's defense and stabbed into his body. Little Skull Han Hao suddenly stopped attacking. He looked calmly at Kage, whose face was ashen, and said indifferently, "Your subordinates in the underground lair are all dead. I will take over all your savings." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 bone spurs stabbed into Kage's body like agile snakes drilled into his body. Freak. A hair-raising sound came from inside Kage's body. Suddenly, Kage's 7 orifices spurted blood. The breath of life in his eyes dissipated little by little along with the spurting of blood. With a swing of the 3-meter-long bone spear, Kage's head was lifted into the air. It was accurately picked up by the bone spear and placed into a glass container that Little Skull had prepared. Boom! Kage's headless body suddenly exploded. The 3 bone spurs, like long snakes that had drunk their fill of blood, returned to his back. By now, none of Kage's followers were left alive. Polo and the other god hunters were dumbstruck as they watched Han Hao brutally murder Kage. From the beginning to the end, Han Hao's face was emotionless as though he was used to doing such a thing. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion. No wonder his lordship valued him so much. This youngster is too terrifying. To possess such ruthless and cruel means at such a young age, he will surely become one of the strongest among us in the future. Kodiak sighed in his mind. He suddenly felt that Polo's judgment was indeed extraordinary. To possess such strength and means at such a young age, his future prospects will be limitless. Han Hao, I should be the one thanking you. Polo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had intended to kill Kage and use his head to curry favor with Han Hao. Little did he expect that Han Hao would suddenly appear and kill Kage. With this, Polo would not be able to repay Polo's favor. In fact, he would even owe Han Hao a favor. Han Hao, the little skull, looked at Polo with an expressionless face. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. He nodded and indifferently replied, "No need to thank me. You have also helped me take care of Kage's subordinates. Since we share the same goal, we don't owe each other anything." Then let's just say that we don't owe each other anything. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Polo suddenly asked, "If Salas investigates this matter, what will you do about it?" "It's none of our business. Just find some random people in the vicinity and kill them. Throw their corpses here and blame it on the other 4 sovereigns." Han Hao bunched his brows and said, "Kage is just a small fry. Salas might not care about him. He thinks too highly of himself." Polo agreed wholeheartedly. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "That's right, let's do it." Chapter 849. Having lived in the fringe for many years, Polo was a treacherous and cunning man. He did not need any instructions from Han Hao before he ordered his subordinates to take care of the matter. It did not take long before Polo's subordinates, led by Kodiak, returned with a few corpses. "My lord, these people are the subordinates of the other sovereigns. Even if someone were to pursue them, they would not be able to escape," replied Kodiak with a sinister smile. "Yes, clean up the surroundings and don't leave any traces behind," instructed Polo. Then he turned to Han Hao and smilingly said, "I did not expect that you would come. Haha, I have heard all about what you did outside the Omphalos. All the factions in the fringe are talking about you." Han Hao looked at Polo with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Polo put on a rather embarrassed smile and said, "No matter what, we are friends. Yes, I Polo have some connections in the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe as members of the alliance, we should support each other. Don't you think so?" Han Hao put on a wooden face and replied, "You are right." After taking a short pause, he bunched his brows and asked, "By support, what do you mean? We god hunters and the 5 sovereigns have always minded our own business. Besides, we are not limited to the fringe. However, the 5 sovereigns are the overlords of the fringe. If you really want to develop in the fringe, you will inevitably come into contact with the 5 sovereigns. Based on my understanding of the 5 sovereigns, it is only a matter of time before you cross swords with them. What I'm trying to say is that I am willing to stand by your side." Polo was rather apprehensive when he said those words. Having lived in the fringe for so many years, he knew very well how vicious and cruel the 5 sovereigns could be. It was a difficult decision for him to make. Han Hao's interest was suddenly piqued. His purple demon eye glistened as it scanned Polo's body. He asked again, "In what way will you stand on my side? An ally?" "That's right, an ally," affirmed Polo. Han Hao shook his head, put on an indifferent expression and said, "We don't need allies." Looking straight at Polo, Han Hao said, "Polo, if you really have the heart, hand over your men to me." This was definitely not Polo's original intention. After listening to Han Hao's words, Polo was stunned for a long time before he said, "Han Hao, I admit that your strength is extraordinary. However, in the God Hunter Alliance, I Polo am not any less famous than you are and I have been around longer than you. You want me to follow you?" Nodding indifferently, Han Hao was not joking at all. "You decide. In short, I don't need allies." Han Hao could feel a slight tremor coming from underground. He knew that Han too was starting to panic because he had no idea what was happening above. Without wasting any more time, Han Hao spoke again. "You can think about it yourself. I'll be leaving first. Since you've helped me today, I won't do anything to you in the fringe. Make up your mind." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao flew away without sparing a glance at the god hunters. Polo and his followers stared blankly at Han Hao's silhouette flickering in the void for a few moments before disappearing. After a while, Polo came to his senses. His face turned gloomy as he said, "Han Hao, you are too arrogant." Kodiak was furious. He replied, "My lord, that fella is so arrogant at such a young age. It seems that we have done all this for nothing." Polo's face turned ugly. He coldly groaned and said, "Let's see how much of a storm he can stir up in the fringe. Let's not make a decision in a hurry. If he can prove that he has the strength to make me submit, I will consider it." Given his status and strength in the God Hunter Alliance, it was already a great honor for him to be willing to ally with Han Hao. He did not expect that Han Hao would not give him any face at all. Polo felt humiliated as though he had been snubbed despite his warm face. Meanwhile, Han Shu arose with Elite Zombie, and the others were roaming around the fringe. However, there was one more person in the party, Romont. Ever since Romont escaped from the swamp, he had wholeheartedly submitted to Han Shu. Having experienced the earth-shattering changes in his body, and the wonderful benefits that Han Shu had brought him, Romont had begun to revere Han Shu as if he was a god. Romont had to be extremely careful with every move he made. He did not even dare to yell in front of Han Shu. In just a dozen or so days, Romont's body's potential had greatly increased. With one thought, his body could become as hard as the toughest iron and stone. With another thought, he could transform into an invincible weapon. Even the toxins in his body could be stimulated. He had become a very special existence. "Master, if those fellas don't listen to you, leave them to me. I'll make them behave." Romont kept volunteering along the way, wanting to show off his skills. "Romont, what nonsense are you talking about?" Rose coldly groaned and said, "We are going to invite them. They are our friends. How can you be so reckless?" "It is their honor to serve you, master. I am just helping them out of kindness." Romont could not stop talking about Han Shu. In his mind, Han Hao was even more miraculous than the 5 sovereigns of the fringe. Romont's own transformation had filled him with confidence in Han Shu. Han Shu put on a smile and did not take Romont's words to heart. He turned to Rose and asked, "We're almost there, right?" "He's at the top of the barren mountain up ahead. I remember that fella has always been there. I hope he hasn't left," replied Rose as she pointed to the front and led the way. After a while, Rose stood on top of a barren mountain. She called out in a clear and cold voice, "Zovik!" Lightning flashed across the void and a shriveled figure landed on the barren mountain. It was a wretched-looking old man. He looked all around and laughed loudly. "Rose, is that really you? I heard about what happened at the Omphalos recently. I know that Buzz and Bertha are dead. I also heard that you have returned. I thought that it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that you are really back." The little old man was only 1.5 meters tall. He cultivated in the energy of lightning and was a mid-stage high god. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. But when he looked at Rose, his eyes were filled with sincerity and unconcealable excitement. "Thank goodness you're still alive." It was rare for Rose to put on a smile. She introduced the old man to Hanshua. "This is Zovik that I told you about. I even saved his life once. Haha, although he isn't good-looking, he has a good heart and is very warm-hearted to his friends." After introducing Zovik to Hanshua, Rose put on a somewhat bashful look. She took a glance at Hanshua and said, "This is Brian, my current master. Buzz and Bertha were killed by him." Zovik was very surprised. He looked at Hanshua carefully for a while and found Hanshua's youth to be rather unbelievable. When he recalled the recent rumors about Omphalos and his party, Zovik started to doubt himself. He thought to himself, "These few youngsters are the maniacs who have killed 500 to 600 brute gods? I've heard a little about what happened at the Omphalos. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so young." Zovik lamented. He then turned to Rose and smilingly asked, "Little Rose, what brings you here? Come out, Zovik. Don't hide in your shell and cultivate like a turtle." Rose invited him solemnly. Zovik seemed to have expected that Rose would say that. He wasn't surprised at all. However, he did not agree to it. He smiled at Hanshua and asked, "There are 5 sovereigns in the fringe. I want to ask you, do you have the confidence to defeat any one of them?" Hanshua stared blankly for a moment before he calmly shook his head and said, "I've never tried. I don't have the slightest confidence." After a short pause, Hanshua furrowed his brows and said, "But I'm not afraid. You're very young. When the sovereigns were your age, they definitely weren't as strong as you are now." Zovik was rather dumbfounded by Hanshua's honesty. He thought for a moment and asked, "Then do you have the confidence to escape from the sovereigns?" Hanshua was taken aback. He thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. He smiled and said, "I'm confident. Not to mention one, even if there are 2 or 3 of them, I have my own ways to escape." "That's good then. As long as you can survive, the chances of you surpassing the sovereigns in the future will be very high." Zovik's face was filled with gratification, as if it was enough for Hanshua to prove that he could escape. He smiled and said, "All right, since Rose has saved my life, I'm willing to follow you. Even if we are killed by the sovereigns in the future, as long as you can avenge us, that would be great." What a strange person, thought Hanshua. After thinking for a moment, Hanshua solemnly promised, "I will do my best to ensure that nothing happens to you. But if you are killed, don't worry, I will kill whoever killed you." "That's enough." Zovik laughed heartily and said, "Don't mind me. That's just how I am. I want to think of a way out first. I know that if I really have to face the sovereigns, there's no use thinking of a way out. My only request is that if something happens to me, at least you can avenge me." "Don't worry, I believe that Master can do whatever he wants in the fringe. The sovereigns? Let's see how powerful they are." Romont, relying on his unique body and the great improvement in his strength, had never felt so confident. Other than Hanshua and Metal Elite Zombie, he had become somewhat condescending. Hanshua looked at Romont but did not say anything. He turned to Rose and smilingly said, "Any other friends? Let's find them one by one." Over the next few days, with Rose leading the way, Hanshua and Hanshua roamed around the fringe. But it was a pity that those friends of Rose's had either been killed in the cruel fringe or had left the place. Hanshua and Hanshua did not find anything. Even though it was hopeless to find Rose, Hanshua did not give up. He continued to roam around the fringe, preparing to pick a place to set up his base. The place he chose must be one that was suitable for deploying demonic formations. After searching for a few more days, Tanai finally found a suitable location on a remote mountain. Chapter 850. The Yin energy in Tanai was very dense. As soon as Han Shuo approached the area, he could feel the cold, damp air from afar. Other than the damp air, the valley was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. The entire valley was misty and ethereal, giving off a dreamy sense of beauty. Rose fell in love with the place at first glance. She softly exclaimed, "This place is not bad. The scenery is pleasant and the air is fresh." Romont and Zovik, having just started following Han Shuo, did not express their opinions. They observed the surroundings for a while and did not find anything special about this place. They felt that this place was the same as most other places in the fringe. Besides, this place was relatively remote and the elemental energies in it were not particularly rich. Han Mu stood in the dense thicket and took a deep breath. He sensed the scent of the trees, flowers, and shrubs around him. After a while, he put on a satisfied smile and said, "Very good, I like this place." Han Jin, Han Hua, and Han Shui looked around and expressed their opinions. Han Jin said that there were rare ores in the depths of the valley. Han Shui said that there was a waterfall and a pool not far away and that the air was humid, which would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Han Hua, however, turned around and said in annoyance, "It's not dry at all. My energy can only maintain the same condition here. If only there were volcanoes nearby." Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. It was impossible for a single place to accommodate all the needs of the 5 elite zombies. It was normal for one of them to be dissatisfied. Han Shuo released his demon generals and spread them out to see if there were other people living in the vicinity. "Romont, Zovik, since you have been living in the fringe all these years, do you know if this place is occupied by anyone?" For the time being, Han Shuo did not want to antagonize the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid unnecessary disputes. "Master, I don't know. Before you came, I rarely left the swamp," replied Romont. "I do know a little about this place," replied Zovik smilingly. Zovik smiled. When he saw that Han Shuo was looking at him, he continued, "You don't have to worry about anything. This is one of the more secluded corners of the fringe. The 5 sovereigns would never choose this place. There aren't any particularly powerful forces nearby. If you really want to establish a foothold here, I think there shouldn't be any problems." Although Zovik was willing to follow Han Shuo, he wasn't convinced until he witnessed Han Shuo's true strength. Zovik didn't address Kirin as master like Romont did. Han Shuo knew this, so he didn't force Zovik to change the way he addressed Zovik. He was confident that he could truly subdue Zovik, so he wasn't worried at all. "That's good. This place is so remote, but there are still some benefits." Han Shuo smiled and began to think about whether he should immediately start to transform this place. "Master, I don't understand why you would choose this place." Romont hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't help but voice out his doubts. "This place is very remote. It is very far from the Omphalos of the fringe, and it doesn't have any outstanding terrain. The Omphalos is very easy to enter, and it is very easy for others to attack. Moreover, Tanai's elemental energy isn't very strong. Is it worth it for us to spend so much energy here?" Romont wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Zovik was also looking at Han Shuo with a puzzled expression. Rose had been with Han Shuo for a long time and knew that he had many strange abilities. She was only guessing how Han Shuo would handle this valley, and wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it properly. Most people don't know how to make use of this place's terrain. Don't worry. You will understand why I chose this place when everything is in place." Han Shuo's face was brimming with confidence. The terrain at the center of the valley had actually naturally formed a slightly damaged qi-gathering matrix. As long as Han Shuo restored the disorder, the elements between heaven and earth would automatically gather inside. With the energy-gathering formation as the center, Han Shuo could expand outwards. With the energy of the 5 elite zombies, As long as he had enough materials, Han Shuo could construct as many demonic formations as he wanted. With time and effort, Han Shuo could turn this valley into an impenetrable fortress. It would be even more terrifying than Salus's Empyrean Peak. Although Romont was puzzled by Han Shuo's confidence, he did not ask any more questions. Zovik's eyes were filled with doubt, but he did not voice it out. He thought to himself, let's wait and see. If Han Shuo can really make a difference in this wasteland, I'll have to hand it to you. Little Gold, bring them to the nearby mountain range and get us some basic ores. Rose, there's a waterfall and a deep lake behind. You can take a bath there if you want, instructed Han Shuo. As Romont rose and the others wouldn't be of much help if they stayed behind, Han Shuo might as well let them do what they could. Romont, come with me. You are the most suitable person to move things around. Han Jin knew that Romont's body was filled with rare metals. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he could also identify rare ores. Han Jin had taken Romont as one of his Goldstone shop's employees. Zovik was curious. He wanted to stay and see what Han Shuo was going to do. But when he thought about it, he realized that it was taboo to do so. He did not insist and left with Han Jin and Romont. In that case, I'm going to take a stroll nearby, Rose said softly and flew in the direction Han Shuo had pointed out. Han Shuo had placed a demon general every 500 meters in the surrounding area. If Zovik, Rose, and the others tried anything funny, Han Shuo would be able to detect them immediately. Therefore, when Rose left, Han Shuo only nodded at her. He was very kind and was not worried that they would run into any danger in the vicinity. It's a pity that Little Earth isn't here. Let's put aside the huge underground project for the time being. Little Earth will take care of it when he returns. After Rose, Zovik, and the others left, Han Shuo sighed helplessly. He then began to instruct Han Mu and Han Hua to help him. Han Shuo had made the fringe his main area of development in the future because the fringe was not bound by the 12 overgods. Although the competition in the fringe was cruel, it was much freer. Since Han Shuo had decided to stay in the fringe, he would not leave the valley in a hurry. He would treat it with the utmost respect. As his strength increased, Han Shuo became more and more adept at using demonic formations. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, as long as he had enough materials, he could deploy all kinds of complex and cryptic demonic formations. For the next few days, Han Shuo wandered around Tanai Mountain without eating or sleeping. With the help of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and the 5 elite zombies, the entire valley had undergone earth-shattering changes. All kinds of trees and plants in the once lush and verdant valley grew rapidly as though they had been injected with stimulants. Each and every one of them became abnormally huge. The giant trees were as tall as mountains that pierced into the clouds. The dense canopy of leaves was like a dark cloud that blotted out the scorching sun. Not only did the trees in Tanai Mountain grow taller, but they had also been repositioned in all kinds of wonderful positions. If one were to look down from the sky, one would discover that the trees had formed a very abstruse and harmonious pattern. The shrubs and shrubs beneath their feet had become as hard and sharp as knives. They filled every corner of the valley. If one were to stumble into them, they would discover that the shrubs and shrubs would attack them in a frenzy. Boulders were placed all over the valley. Every boulder was made of a different material. Some were carved into grotesque and sinister shapes, while others were painted with indecipherable runes. The runes were of a myriad of colors and would sparkle at night. The coldness in Tanai Mountain grew even denser. The cold wind howled and the densing energy did not disperse. Anyone who entered the valley would feel uncomfortable and terrified. Unbeknownst to them, the valley had undergone tremendous changes. When Romont, Zovik, and the others witnessed the transformation of the valley, they became even more puzzled. They had no idea what the earth-shattering changes in Tanai Mountain could do. On this day, Han Shuo summoned Romont, Zovik, and Rose. He also ordered Metal Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie to stop hammering on the demonic formation. Han Shuo smilingly said, "The layout of the valley is not yet complete. My son hasn't arrived yet and I don't have enough materials to support it. So far, only 1/5 of the layout has been completed." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo continued, but 1/5 of the transformation is already very interesting. The reason I summoned you all here is to show you the results of our work." Zovik, Romont, and the others were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see what other mysteries Han Shua's mysterious actions could bring to the valley other than the tremendous changes it had undergone. Under their attentive gazes, the cauldron of myriad demon flew out from Han Shua's body. As soon as the cauldron emerged, it started roaming around Tanai Mountain. Rays of light shot out from the cauldron and landed on the center of the demonic formations in the valley, activating the formations. After circling around the valley for a while, the cauldron of myriad demon finally arrived at an enormous stone platform at the center of the valley. Several rays of light shot out from the cauldron of myriad demon. The large stone platform made crackling noises as though it was being carved by blades of light. After a short while, a pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon was carved on the large stone platform. A high god demon head whizzed out and flew into the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon on the stone platform. As soon as the demon head entered the cauldron of myriad demon, the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon began to shimmer. The miraculous transformation seemed to have triggered the entire valley. Strange rumbling noises came from the depths of the valley, as though an enormous machine was operating. All of a sudden, the elemental energies outside the valley began to flow into the valley like a trickle of water. In just a short while, the elemental energies in Tanai Mountain were no longer thin, but had become denser and denser. How is this possible? Zovik's face was filled with shock. He asked, "Even the 5 sovereigns of the fringe do not have the power to alter the laws of heaven and earth. Which over god are you?" A bolt of lightning flashed across the throne and he vanished without a trace. Suddenly, numerous lightning bolts appeared in the vicinity of the deity Zenith, covering every region of the deity Zenith. At the center of the fringe, Tanai Han Tu looked at Little Skull Han Hao with a bored expression. "Brother, why hasn't father returned yet?" The two of them had been in Tanai for a few days, but they had not sensed Han Shua's presence. Han Tu started to grow anxious. "He must have been delayed by something," replied Han Hao casually. He sat cross-legged in a secluded area of the omphalos with his eyes closed. It was as though he had blended in with the surrounding scenery. "Do you think father might have run into trouble? There are 5 sovereigns surpassing High God in the fringe. Won't they keep my father busy?" asked Han Tuesday. He had nothing better to do. "I won't." Han Hao's answer was even shorter this time. Seeing that Han Hao was not interested in talking, Han Tu sighed and stopped asking questions. "Excuse me, are you Han Hao?" asked a meek voice. It was a group of mid-god youngsters. They looked somewhat apprehensive. They seemed hesitant. They wanted to come in and talk to Han Hao, but they also seemed to have some misgivings. Han Hao, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and scanned the group of youngsters with his sinister eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again and coldly replied, "I am." The group of youngsters only possessed mid-god strengths. Their strength was not enough to threaten him and Han Tuesday. Therefore, Han Hao didn't mind them at all. The group of youngsters became rather excited when they heard that Han Hao had admitted his identity. They exchanged glances with each other before they excitedly approached Han Hao. One of them hastily said, "I have heard of your deeds. I was expelled from my family. I have nothing but some black crystal coins in the fringe. I can only survive in Tanai. I admire you very much. Can I follow you?" "Us too. We have also heard about what you did at the Omphalos checkpoint. That was amazing. Can we follow you?" asked the other youngsters excitedly. Without raising his head, Han Hao replied, "You are too weak. I don't want to." Upon hearing those words, the youngsters put on embarrassed and dejected faces. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "There are the 5 sovereigns in the fringe. Why don't you go to them?" asked Han Tu smilingly. He was much more interested than Han Hao. The 5 sovereigns are too indifferent to the lives of their subordinates. We are afraid that we might be killed by them in a fit of rage," replied a rather delicate and pretty woman timidly. One of the women replied timidly. She didn't look like a bad person. No one knew why she came to the fringe. The fringe was a place where the strong were revered. The 5 sovereigns faithfully adhered to this principle. Sometimes, if their subordinates found themselves in a disadvantageous situation, they would be killed without hesitation. Working for the 5 sovereigns, there was no guarantee of one's safety. Even if one didn't die in the hands of the sovereigns, one could be killed by the sovereigns. Every day, the fringe was flooded with ferocious devils from the 12 dominions. In order to survive in the fringe, they spared no effort to become subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns never lacked subordinates. Therefore, they acted without scruples. "How many black crystal coins do you have?" Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and asked with a frown. Chapter 852. The youth stared blankly for a moment. They did not understand why Han Hao would ask such a question. "Yes, we did bring a lot of black crystal coins with us when we came to the fringe. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stay in the Omphalos until now." One of them hesitated for a moment before replying with a puzzled expression. These youths were the scum of some of the 12 dominions. Even if they weren't, they must have done something outrageous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been banished to the fringe. To be able to survive in the Omphalos until now, they must have a lot of black crystal coins in their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain the Omphalos daily expenditure of 100 black crystal coins. Han Hao knitted his brows and pondered for a moment. He carefully looked at the youths. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay 500,000 black crystal coins each and I will allow you to follow me. Think about it. It's not safe for you to work for me, but I can assure you that I won't use you as cannon fodder." 500,000 black crystal coins. The seemingly timid girl suddenly exclaimed. The few of them looked at each other, their faces full of awkwardness. 500,000 black crystal coins was not a small sum. It was enough for them to live peacefully in Tanai for decades. It didn't seem appropriate for them to hand over such a large sum of black crystal coins to Han Hao without any guarantee of their safety. "All of you come from families in the 12 dominions. If you follow me, I can assure you that when you are strong enough, I will help you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you. Yes, of course, I will also help you settle the grudges that forced you to leave the 12 dominions." As though he saw their hesitation, Han Hao added. He waved his hand coldly and said, "Go back and think about it. If you don't have enough strength, even if you return to your families and reclaim everything that belongs to you, will you be able to keep it?" The youths were tempted by Han Hao's words. They looked at each other and pondered over Han Hao's proposal. One of them said in a deep voice, "What you said is very reasonable. Let's go back and discuss this. It won't be easy for each of us to fork out 500,000 black crystal coins. Even if we agree to it, we will still need to work with each other." Han Hao's expression was cold. He closed his eyes again and said nothing. The young men bowed to him, frowned, and pondered over his suggestion. Then they left. As soon as they left, Han too asked anxiously, "Big brother, why do you want them?" "They come from families in the 12 divine realms. Those families have some influence in the 12 divine realms. If these fellows can grow in our hands and one day return to the 12 divine realms, with their bloodlines and our help, these fellows can become patriarchs of those families and help us control many families. I collected 500,000 black crystal coins from each of them to cut off their means of escape. Only when they are penniless will they not think of using the Omphalos to save their lives in times of danger. Without a path of retreat, they will be able to display their potential to the greatest extent. These guys have consumed all kinds of divine crystals since they were young, so their aptitudes are pretty good. They just lack actual combat experience and the baptism of fresh blood. However, I will give them these." Han Hao opened his eyes and looked at Han Tuesday. After explaining everything to Han Tu, he lectured, "Little Tu, as you grow stronger, remember to think about the ways of the world. Only by understanding what they think and how they do things can you be of greater help to Father." Han Tu fell into deep thought after listening to Han Hao's words. It was only now that he understood why Han Hao was the undisputed leader of the group. Other than the fact that Han Hao was stronger than them, his wisdom played a major role. I understand, big brother. Han Tu wholeheartedly accepted Han Tu's advice. He thought Big Brother is truly insidious. It's no wonder that he has been able to prosper in the Death Dominion all these years. Outside the Omphalos, Han Shua, Romont, Zovik, Rosewood, Elite Zombie, and the others arrived. As soon as they arrived at the checkpoint of the Omphalos, the guard who had repeatedly warned Han Shua about the checkpoint laughed heartily and said, "Welcome, friend." It was this guard who had leaked the information about Kage to Han Shua. Han Shua was certain that this guard was one of the 5 sovereigns. Although this guard did not show any malicious intent, Han Shua was still on guard. "What a coincidence to run into you again," replied Han Shua smilingly. "Have you been in charge of this checkpoint all this while?" "No. But I will be in charge of this checkpoint for some time," explained the guard. Then he put on a solemn face and said, "I didn't have the chance to introduce myself last time. Haha, I'm Luolong. You can say that I'm a follower of Lord Asura. How should I address you, Your Excellency?" "Brian, it's my first time here. Hehe, I'm sure I'll have to trouble you with many things in the future. Please take care of me," replied Han Shua in a composed manner. He went up to Luolong and handed over the crystal coins they had to pay. He took a few small tokens from Luolong and distributed them to Hanmu, Romont, and the others. "I heard that Kage is dead. Haha, Salus's men are searching for the murderer." Luolong suddenly put on a smile and said in a low voice. He looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes and observed the changes in Han Shua's expression. Han Shua had been through all kinds of storms and waves. He was well versed in such matters. He was astonished. Han Shua replied, "How could Kage be killed so quickly? Damn it, I was planning to buy some special ores from him. I heard that he had plundered a large amount of very precious ores. I had been looking for him for so long just for that. I didn't expect that he would be killed. What bad luck." After taking a short pause, Han Shua asked Luolong curiously, "Do you know who killed him? And the whereabouts of that batch of ores?" Luolong looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with Han Shua's expression. He found it a little strange. Could it really have nothing to do with him? Frowning, Luolong shook his head and said, "I only know that Kage's head was cut off. His body was also surrounded by the subordinates of Sovereign Log and Sovereign Tyre. As for who did it, no one knows for sure. I do know a little about the whereabouts of that batch of ores. It seems that Kage had offered them to Sovereign Salus as a tribute. Why? Are you interested?" Han Shua pretended to be stunned. After a long while, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Since it is Sovereign Salus, I guess it won't be easy to get it back. Salus definitely doesn't lack black crystal coins. I can only give up on this idea." Han Shua was overjoyed when he heard that Kage had been killed without leaving any evidence behind. He thought to himself, Han Hao is indeed capable. He actually managed to get rid of Kage. Metal Elite Zombie, who was standing not far behind Han Shua, was obviously overjoyed. He knew that Kage's death must have something to do with Han Hao. He secretly admired Han Hao's capability. "It's good that you think so. Salus is a lunatic. Not many in the fringe are willing to provoke him." Han Shua nodded. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and said to Han Shua, "Brian, my master, Lord Asura, wants to meet you. Are you interested?" Han Shua was startled. He couldn't figure out what Luolong meant. He bunched his brows and asked, "Asura of the 5 sovereigns? He wants to meet me?" After taking a short pause, Han Shua put on a faint smile and said, "You know that I have no intention of following anyone, not even the 5 sovereigns. Don't misunderstand." Luolong hastily clarified, "Lord Asura has no such intention. I can guarantee that. In fact, Lord Asura just wants to meet you and see if there are any areas in the fringe that he can cooperate with. Brian, although you possess extraordinary strength, the fringe is a complicated place. Even if you don't need to pledge allegiance to any party, you will still need to make friends. Luolong's words piqued Han Shua's interest in Asura. It was true that Han Shua had no intention of pledging allegiance to any party. But if he could make use of the discord between the 5 sovereigns to form an alliance with one of them, Han Shua would be more than happy to do so. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. I will stay in the Omphalos for a few days. If you have any news about Asura, just let me know." "Alright, I will leave you to your work. I need to report to Lord Asura," said Han Shua. Luolong was overjoyed to hear that Han Shua had agreed to his request. He loudly shouted at the guards, "Look carefully, these are Lord Asura's guests. Tanai is in the Omphalos. If anyone dares to cause trouble, throw them out of the Omphalos." Han Shua nodded smilingly and led Romont and the others into the Omphalos. With one thought, Han Shua immediately located the location of Little Skull, Han Hao and Han Tuesday. He led the way and rapidly approached their location. Han Shua grew more and more confident in Han Hao after hearing that Kage had been killed. It was not only because of Han Hao's strength, but also because Han Hao's ability to carry out his tasks flawlessly. If even Luolong could not trace Han Hao's whereabouts to Han Hao, it meant that Han Hao's intelligence had far surpassed that of an average life form. Han Shua, who was secretly amazed, followed his and Han Hao's senses and arrived at a remote area of the Omphalos. There, Han Hao was sitting cross-legged on the ground with an indifferent face. Several luxuriously dressed young men were kneeling before him. They were solemnly swearing that they would be loyal to Han Hao. They also took out a large number of black crystal coins and handed them to Han Hao with reverence. At this moment, Han Tu laughed heartily and stepped forward to help Han Hao accept the black crystal coins. He then patted the young men's shoulders and said, "From now on, we are on the same side. We are on the same side." Han Hao raised his head and looked at Han Shua from afar. He instructed the young men, "Except for me, all of you remember to listen to him." He then pointed at Han Shua with a solemn face. Chapter 853. Han Shua was rather surprised. He had no idea how Little Skull Han Hao managed to subdue those arrogant young masters. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shua nodded and asked Han Hao, "Is it done?" "It's done," replied Han Hao. After taking a short pause, he instructed the youngsters who had just sworn loyalty to him, "All of you, prepare yourselves. Remember the signal I have given you. When I leave the Omphalos, I will bring you with me." "Alright, that's all for now." The youngsters looked at Han Shua suspiciously but did not ask any questions. They obediently left under Han Hao's command. After the youngsters were gone, Han Hao explained to Han Shua how he planned to subdue those youngsters and briefly described the incident with Kage. After listening, Han Shua put on a big smile, nodded and said, "You have a good sense of propriety. I am not worried about you." Han Shua was very surprised that Han Hao was thinking of using those youngsters to control the family clans behind them. He did not expect that Han Hao would have such foresight. "Let me introduce you. This is Romont and this is Zovik. They are both new friends." Han Shua pointed at the stern-looking youngster and smilingly said, "This is Han Hao, my son." Romont rarely left the swamp and did not know much about the outside world. However, Zovik was surprised to hear of Little Skull Han Hao name. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "The God Hunter leader from the Death Dominion who recently rose to fame?" Han Shua did not expect that Han Hao would be so famous. He smilingly asked, "How did you hear of him?" Zovik knew that his guess was correct after hearing Han Shua's words. His face was filled with astonishment as he said, "It really is him. Every year, the 12 divine dominions will send their fiends to the Fringe. We more or less know something about the 12 divine dominions. The Fringe isn't too far from the Death Dominion and we know a lot about the Fringe. Han Hao is quite famous in the Death Dominion. Many people who travel to the Death Dominion would mention him." Han Hao wore an indifferent face and didn't seem to be affected by Zovik's words. He looked at Han Jin, took out a glass container and tossed it to Han Jin, saying, "Little Gold, let me show you something." "Okage's head!" exclaimed Zovik. He immediately realized that something was amiss and quickly lowered his voice. Just like Zovik, Kage possessed mid-stage high god strength. Not only that, Kage had many ferocious gods under his command. He was a ruthless character in the fringe. Some time ago there was a rumor that Kage had been killed. Everyone was guessing who did it. But no one had expected that his head would be in Han Hao's hands. "Thank you, big brother." Han Jin casually put away the glass container. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, is Kage's divine soul still inside?" Han Hao nodded and explained, "He's still conscious, but his divine soul is trapped in a corner of his skull. He doesn't have a shred of divine energy left. You can torture him as much as you want. When you are done, hand over his divine soul to Father." "Haha, that's great," exclaimed Han Jin. He grabbed the glass container and injected golden radiance into it. This was a rather remote corner of the Omphalos. When Han Hao took out the glass container that contained the Kage's head, he had set up a boundary to prevent others from spying on him. Apart from the few people beside him, no one would be able to detect what was going on in this area. Zovik looked at Han Hao in astonishment. He believed that Han Hao didn't have the strength to kill Kage. But the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. "Romont, go with Han Jin and the others to the Tanai Omphalos and buy some special goods. Zovik, you are the local tyrant here. Go ask around and see if there are any unusual happenings in the fringe," instructed Han Shuo. He did not dwell on Han Hao's question. "Got it." Zovik and Roman did not say anything else and left to carry out Han Shuo's instructions. The pandemonium lacked the main materials for many demonic formations. Han Jin and Han Shuo could procure some of the materials, but the resources in the pandemonium were limited and the materials needed to set up the demonic formations were too numerous. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to come to the Omphalos to procure the materials. As the trading center of the fringe, the Omphalos had all sorts of bizarre items. Some items that could not be sold in the 12 dominions could be openly sold in the Omphalos. For example, there were some highly toxic medicines, sinister divine weapons forged from the bones of gods, and cursed magical formations that imprisoned many divine souls and used their soul energy to set up. Even god hunters could openly live in the fringe. All activities and experiments prohibited by the 12 dominions were permitted in the fringe. No one would interfere. Many perverted, evil, crazy, and paranoid alchemists and poisons could be found everywhere in the fringe. Most of them lived in the Tanai Omphalos and traded the fruits of their evil research for large amounts of black crystal coins. Not only could the black crystal coins support their peaceful lives in the Tanai Omphalos, but they could also continue their research. To Han Shuo, this was a wonderful place. Many of the special carriers that demonic formations required, as well as some of the most evil materials that great alchemists would possess, could be purchased here. As the pandemonium required too many materials, Han Shuo ordered the party to split up and search for suitable ones. The Omphalos was the only peaceful place in the fringe. Even if Han Jin and the others did not gather together, they did not have to worry about their safety. After Romont, Zovik, and the 5 elite zombies left, only Han Shuo and his father, Han Hao, were left in the Omphalos. "Father, I don't think I can stay with you for too long. I am a god hunter from the Death Dominion. Even if I come to the fringe, I will not be able to change my identity as a god hunter. Although anyone is allowed to live in the fringe, god hunters will be suppressed once they leave the fringe," explained Little Skull Han Hao to Han Shuo. Han Shuo thought for a moment before he asked, "You can change your appearance, right?" Han Hao nodded and replied, "Of course. If I want to, I can even change my appearance. Then you just have to be careful in the future. Try to avoid unnecessary trouble by changing your appearance more often. You know much more than Han Jin. You should know what to do," said Han Hao. "I understand. I will do my best to avoid unnecessary trouble." Han Hao kept silent for a moment before he said, "But the best thing to do is to spend as little time with Father as possible. My subordinates should be arriving soon." Chapter 854. Among the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, Asura kept a relatively low profile and could be considered as one of the milder ones. Generally speaking, Asura would not be the one to start a war in the fringe. He would only get involved when there was no other choice. Asura cultivated in the energy of earth. He met Han Shua in a secluded attic in the Omphalos. It was only when Han Shua saw Asura that he discovered that the man had an ordinary appearance. He wore a gentle smile on his face and did not look as ferocious as the rumors made him out to be. Han Shua did not sense any particularly strong energy of earth from Asura. He did not even feel that Asura was a mighty god. Asura's aura was as gentle as the earth beneath his feet. He did not give off the aura of a powerful god. If it weren't for the few late-stage high gods standing respectfully behind Asura, Han Shua might not have paid any attention to the stranger in the attic because he was just too inconspicuous. Han Shua came alone. He put on a relaxed smile and said, "I'm Brian." A person who could conceal his aura so well that even Han Shua could not detect anything special about him was definitely a person of extraordinary strength. Of course, Han Shua was not a blind person. He would not disregard Asura just because he was an ordinary person. Asura smilingly looked at Han Shua. He waved at Han Shua and said, Come over here. Haha, don't stand on ceremony. I've heard a lot about you, Brian. Your reputation as a genius apothecary has been spreading like wildfire in the death, darkness, and destruction dominions in the past few years. From the moment Han Shua told Luolong his name, Han Shua knew that the well-informed local tyrants of the fringe would soon figure out his identity and background. Therefore, when Asura revealed his identity as a pharmacist, Han Shua wasn't surprised at all. He calmly replied, Not at all. Lord Asura, you are the one with the illustrious reputation. Your name resounds in the 12 dominions. Asura bunched his brows and put on a bitter smile in response to Han Shua's compliments. He replied, Isn't it just a bad reputation? Han Shua was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, What's the matter? Indeed, it doesn't matter. Asura put on a smile and said, But that notoriety has made us, the fringe dwellers, discriminated against by the 12 dominions. Outsiders can enter the fringe. As long as they possess sufficient strength, they can integrate into the fringe. However, those who came from the fringe will never be able to assimilate into the 12 dominions. What a pity! What Asura said was the truth. Those who could no longer survive in the 12 dominions could seek refuge in the fringe. However, it was extremely difficult for those from the fringe to enter the cities of the 12 dominions. The divine guards of many cities would forbid those from the fringe from entering their cities. To the divine guards, the people of the fringe were thugs, lunatics, and god hunters. They did not want the people of the fringe to enter their cities and affect the stability of their cities. It's the same no matter where you live. The fringe isn't bad either. For a character of your level, it shouldn't be a problem for you to travel around the 12 dominions, right? Asked Han Shua smilingly. Asura shook his head and let out a soft sigh. He seemed to have his own difficulties, but he did not tell Han Shua about them. After taking a short pause, Asura looked at Han Shua smilingly and asked, You are doing well in the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion. Why did you come to the fringe? Nothing. I just felt that a place full of battles is more suitable for cultivation. Naturally, Han Shua would not tell Asura that he had come to the fringe with the intention of taking the fringe under his command. He found a random excuse to gloss over it. Asura looked deeply at Han Shua for a few moments as though he knew that Han Shua did not mean what he said. However, he did not pursue the matter. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Han Shua and said, Let's get down to business. I know that you know how to refine some miraculous medicines. The fringe is a place where battles happen all the time, and your medicines are in high demand. The Omphalos has its own set of rules. If you want to set up your pharmacy in Tanai, you will have to go through a lot of hassle. But if you have my help, you can set up your pharmacy in the Omphalos. But I must have priority in purchasing every batch of medicines you personally refine. What do you think? Han Shua had been staying in Tanai for some time. He knew very well how much it cost to set up a pharmacy in Tanai. In addition to paying a large amount of black crystal coins, one must also obtain the approval of at least 3 sovereigns. In addition, half of the profits made by the pharmacy must be taxed. It was such a stringent condition that Han Shuo had never thought of setting up a pharmacy in Tanai. However, there was another type of pharmacy that did not need to pay any fees and did not have to pay half of the profits as taxes. These special shops were called sovereign shops. As the name suggests, these shops belonged to the 5 sovereigns. As the managers of the omphalos, each sovereign was allowed to own 10 sovereign shops. There were tens of thousands of shops and stalls in the omphalos, but there were only 50 sovereign shops. Han Shuo was stunned by Asora's words. He asked, "What do you mean?" Asora nodded and confirmed Han Shuo's speculation. He then said, "I can give you one of my sovereign shops to set up your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. You should have heard of the benefits of a sovereign shop. As the master and servant of a sovereign shop, you will have the right to live in the omphalos forever without paying any fees." Han Shuo bunched his brows and did not immediately agree to Asora's offer. Instead, he looked straight at Asora and asked, "The condition is that you have priority in purchasing the medicines I personally refine?" "That's right. It's that simple," Asora confirmed. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said thoughtfully, "The condition is so good that I can hardly accept it. I dare not agree to it so easily." "Haha, Lord Asora, why don't you be frank with me? Why are you giving me such a generous gift?" Asora kept silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, "To me, it's much more interesting to be friends with someone like you than to be enemies. You are not the kind of person who is willing to submit to others. I am not as naive as some people who think that I can make you my subordinate. In order to prevent you from becoming my enemy, I naturally have to express my goodwill in advance, so that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. I mean you no harm. If you don't want my sovereign shop, I won't force you." "Why not?" Chapter 855. With the pandemonium's great formation completed, the element of heaven and earth around Tanai had become extremely dense. Everyone cultivating in Tanai could feel the benefits brought to them by the demonic formations. At the center of the pandemonium was a gigantic energy-gathering formation surrounded by all sorts of demonic formations. Those who were unaware of the demonic formations in the pandemonium would suffer devastating attacks if they accidentally trespassed. Even a high god wouldn't be able to survive such an attack. Other than the buildings at the center of the pandemonium, the underground palace excavated by Earth Elite Zombie was also very grand. The underground palace was mainly used to house Han Shuo's trusted aides such as Han Shuo, the 5 elite zombies, and Rose. The secret chamber excavated by Metal Elite Zombie was for the demon guards who had been injected with demonic blood. The buildings at the center of Tanai were prepared by Han Shuo for the members of the Han family in the City of Shadows. During the past 2 years, thanks to the efforts of Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies, the pandemonium had become impregnable. The intricate demonic formations were extremely dangerous. Even Goran's subordinates did not dare to wander around Tanai recklessly. Han Shuo's mind was at peace as he concentrated on constructing the demonic formation. His magical yuan unknowingly increased greatly. Han Shuo vaguely felt that he had reached the most important juncture of a breakthrough. It was as if he was only one step away from entering a new realm. His 2 avatars had made a miraculous breakthrough to early-stage high god realm in the past 2 years. This was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. It all happened so naturally. While he was busy setting up demonic formations one day, he suddenly comprehended the true essence of the power of death and destruction. It seemed that in just a moment, the divine power in his body had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. It only took him 3 days to comprehend the new essence of energy and advance to early-stage high god realm. In just 3 days, both of his avatars had attained early-stage high god strength. After the 2 domains of divinity fused together, the extremely dense elemental energy of death in Tanai frantically gathered around Han Shuo like a tornado that could engulf everything in its path. Han Shuo did not continue to experience the peculiarities of his domain of divinity in Tanai. Instead, He continued to immerse himself in constructing the pandemonium. Finally today everything was completed. The 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik, Goran, and the others gathered in front of Han Shua and listened to Han Shua briefly explain to them how to enter and exit the pandemonium. He told them that they had to stay in the pandemonium to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 200 or so demon guards under Goran's command had recently come to realize just how mysterious and dangerous the pandemonium was. Some of them had accidentally stumbled into an ominous formation and almost died. Therefore, they did not need Han Shua's instructions. They obediently stayed in the mountains surrounding the pandemonium and waited for Goran's orders. The pandemonium has been completed. From today onwards, you can leave the pandemonium and expand to the periphery. Take down all the forces in the surrounding regions. Kill anyone who disobeys, said Han Shua. He was ready to go all out. After 2 years of silence, he was going to take down all the forces around the pandemonium in one fell swoop. The pandemonium was one of the more remote regions in the land of chaos. The nearby regions were not under the control of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, Han Shua didn't care about the scattered forces at all. Even if the 5 sovereigns were to come to the pandemonium, Han Shua was confident that he could put up a fight. That was because the intricate demonic formations in the pandemonium were arranged in a special pattern. Dozens of demonic formations, large and small, were arranged in the pandemonium to form a decimating formation that could amplify Han Shua's strength. Inside the pandemonium, Han Shua, as the master of the demonic formation, could borrow the power of the decimating formation to greatly increase his strength. Coupled with the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua believed that as long as he was in the pandemonium, the 5 sovereigns wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that he had the confidence to do so, it was only natural that he would go all out. First, he would wipe out all the forces in the pandemonium, big and small. Then, he would consider expanding further into the pandemonium. "Don't worry, master. I will make them bow their heads obediently," said Romont with a sinister smile. He had long since noticed that there were many explorers in the vicinity of the pandemonium. The abnormality of the pandemonium had long caused the nearby forces to panic. Even if Romont and Romont didn't make a move, those explorers would come knocking on their doors. "Good. Kill all those who don't obey me," commanded Han Shua. The fringe had always been a place where the strong were revered. Only by using blood to pave the way would one be recognized and respected by the others. Under Han Shua's command, Romont, Zovik, Goran, and their 200 demon guards left the pandemonium. Following Han Shua's orders, they began wiping out all the forces in the vicinity with the pandemonium as the center. With Han Shua overseeing the pandemonium and Tanai, he didn't need to personally take action. He was currently immersed in his cultivation and preparing for his tribulation. He hoped to break through to a new realm and face the threat of the 5 sovereigns in the future. Master Luolong has sent word that Han Hao has wiped out another force. The leader of that force is a late-stage high god of light cultivator, reported Rose to Han Shua as he was meditating in the underground palace of the pandemonium. "Good kid, you have finally made another breakthrough." Han Shua was overjoyed. He said in the past 2 years, he only killed mid-stage high god experts. But this time it's different. "Haha, I'm afraid that this kid is starting to cause a lot of headaches in the fringe." In the past 2 years, Han Hao, the little skull, had not visited the pandemonium even once. After his god hunter subordinates arrived, Han Hao led them to become one of the most ferocious and terrifying god hunters in the fringe. In just 2 short years he had annihilated more than a dozen forces, big and small. As of late, Han Hao's reputation had been on the rise. He had become one of the new hegemons of the fringe. Many of the scattered god hunters in the fringe were now under his command. Unbeknownst to him, Han Hao's strength and the power he wielded were rapidly growing. Ever since Han Hao established a friendly relationship with Luolong's master, Luolong would relay news to Han Shua whenever something major happened in the fringe. This allowed Han Shua to know the situation in the fringe like the back of his hand. "Master, it's said that the force that Han Hao wiped out was a direct subordinate of Salus," said a middle-aged man. said Rose in a grave and worried face. He has never attacked anyone from the 5 sovereigns before. I don't know why he acted so rashly this time. The 5 sovereigns are different from others. Will he be all right? Han Shuo started to worry after hearing those words. No ordinary person would dare to challenge the authority of the 5 sovereigns in the fringe. For Han Hao to kill a subordinate of one of the sovereigns and expose the matter, it was very likely that the sovereigns would retaliate against him. No matter how much stronger Han Hao had become, there was no way he could face the 5 sovereigns head-on. Han Shuo couldn't help but worry. Where was Han Hao last seen? Asked Han Hao after thinking for a moment. Venomfang Mountain, replied Rose. I need to leave the pandemonium on my own. While I'm gone, you and the 5 little ones will take good care of the pandemonium. Don't worry, the 5 of them know how to operate the pandemonium. Even if the 5 sovereigns came personally, they wouldn't be able to breach the pandemonium that easily. Don't worry too much. Han Shuo instructed Rose and the 5 elite zombies before leaving the pandemonium alone. Chief, what do we do? That fella is actually a subordinate of Salus. Salus will not allow us to do as we please. Arthas, an early-stage high god of destruction, said to Han Hao, the little skull who was sitting cross-legged on a giant boulder. In front of Han Hao were nearly 500 god hunters. This group of fiendish god hunters had wiped out many forces in the fringe over the past 2 years. They all looked at Han Hao with respectful faces. Some of them were the foppish youths who had paid 500,000 black gold coins to follow Han Hao in the Omphalos. So be it. We will hide for a while, said Han Hao. Han Hao looked at his newly recruited right-hand man. He was as expressionless as ever, as though he wouldn't show the slightest emotion even if someone were to stab him in the chest. Han Hao's followers couldn't help but admire Han Hao's demeanor. But that's Salus we're talking about. Arthas emphasized. Salus has great influence in the fringe and is well informed. There are so many of us here. It won't be easy for us to hide, will it? All of you disperse. Without my order, do not regroup. But listen up, no one is to enter the Omphalos, ordered Han Hao after thinking for a moment. Why? Isn't the Omphalos the safest place? Asked Arthas after staring blankly for a moment. Even if Salus wants to kill us, he will keep his eyes on me. He won't be able to find you if you all disperse. But once you enter the Omphalos, you'll be walking right into a trap. As long as the people of Sakas discover your tracks, they'll find an excuse to drive you out of the Omphalos. You'll be dead. Instructed Han Hao calmly, everyone disperse according to our plan. Do not kill anyone else without my command. At his command, the god hunters that had gathered around him dispersed into smaller groups and swiftly left the area around him like slithering snakes. It was only after all his followers were gone that Han Hao stood up from the giant rock. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the pandemonium. Han Hao hesitated for a moment and decided not to seek refuge in the pandemonium. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. 3 days after Han Hao and his followers disappeared from the fringe, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Amidst the earth-shattering rumble of thunder, Salus appeared on the giant rock Han Hao had been sitting on. Chapter 856. At the bottom of the North Sea, Han Hao was sitting by himself. During the past 2 years, he had led a group of god hunters to roam the fringe and devoured a few high gods of death. Finally, his strength had risen to mid-stage high god realm. Other than improving his mastery of the energy of death, the demonic arts he cultivated in had also improved tremendously. Due to his unique life form, it was difficult to ascertain his realm as a cultivator of demonic arts. Just like Dark Dragon Gilbert, the divine energy in his body contained characteristics of demonic arts. However, he was more powerful than Gilbert in that he had a clear understanding of demonic arts. In addition to his astounding intelligence, he had finally found a unique cultivation path that belonged to him. A few days ago, Han Hao had roughly estimated his strength through that subordinate of Salus. He was confident that even if he were to fight a late-stage high god, He would be able to emerge victorious using the advantage of his dual cultivation of demonic arts. At the bottom of the sea, Han Hao did not gather the element of death to cultivate. Instead, he calmed his mind and entered a miraculous state of emptiness. Inside his body, the fusion of the divine energy of death and demonic yuan was slowly flowing. When he relaxed, he could feel that his cultivation speed had increased, and he was able to find that feeling. After staying at the bottom of the sea for 5 days, Han Hao gradually forgot everything, including himself. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea passed by him as though they did not see him at all. It was as though Han Hao had fused with the sea, becoming a part of it, a stream of water and unchanging rock. One day, Han Hao's soul suddenly shook and he abruptly woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes, which were glistening with evil lights. He bunched his brows, released his soul, and carefully sensed the slight changes in his surroundings. All life forms at the bottom of the sea were gradually leaving the area he was in. The fishes, shrimps, and all sorts of bizarre creatures at the bottom of the sea became abnormally terrified and fled for their lives. Strands of odd undulations penetrated from the bottom of the sea. It was as though thousands of invisible tentacles were searching for something. Ordinary low-level lifeforms would only instinctively sense danger and try to get away from the area where the tentacles extended. However, Han Hao's soul had also cultivated in demonic arts, so it had become abnormally sensitive. He could clearly sense the weak electric element within those invisible and formless waves. Suddenly, Han Hao understood what was going on. He raised the bone spear in his hand, and a few demon generals flew out from the bone wings formed by the 7 bone spikes on their backs. Then they gradually drifted away from the bottom of the sea. Holding the bone spear, Han Hao sensed the faint ripples at the bottom of the sea. He concealed all the aura on his body and quickly flew at the bottom of the sea. In the sky above the sea, Salus, who was standing proudly, suddenly chuckled and said to himself, "It's really here." Just as he was about to dive into the sea, Salus suddenly realized that his divine soul seemed to have lost track of the other party. The soul power that he had sent into the sea was also rapidly losing its sense of intuition. With a cold snort, Salus's eyes flickered with electric light like slithering snakes. His majestic body suddenly flew to the bottom of the sea. Following the soul power at the bottom of the sea, he chased after the rapidly disappearing target. Even though he was in the depths of the sea, Salus's speed wasn't affected at all. He plunged straight to the bottom of the sea like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sense of crisis that followed him like a shadow made Han Hao realize the identity of the person who was approaching him. He didn't dare to be careless. He utilized the special divine energy in his body and used all his strength to flee from that powerful enemy. At the bottom of the sea, one party was fleeing with all his strength, while the other was chasing with all his strength. Half a day later, Han Hao flew out from the bottom of the sea and came to a mountain range full of dense forests. He gave up on fleeing, but stood behind a big tree with the bone spear in his hand. He seemed to be waiting for something. A few minutes later, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Salus's enormous figure slowly took shape in the lightning. He coldly gazed at the motionless Han Hao and said in a deep voice, "A young hero indeed. I did not expect that the one who killed Ansaik would be you. Han Hao, you have become more and more unbridled in the fringe for the past 2 years. You even dared to touch my people." The little skull Han Hao lowered his head and did not utter a word. He only tightly clenched the bone spear in his hand. "Han Hao, I will give you a choice. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life," shouted Salus coldly. All these years Han Hao had done a lot of great things in the fringe. Even Salus had heard of him. The fact that Han Hao was able to kill Ansaik, a late-stage high god, was enough to prove how terrifying this youngster was. This was exactly the kind of talent that Salus needed the most. Therefore, even Salus, who was always protective of Han Hao, was tempted by Han Hao's talent. Han Hao raised his head and looked indifferently at Salus. He said in an indifferent tone, "Let's do it." Other than Han Shua, who made him, Han Hao would not submit to anyone. Even in the God Hunter Alliance, Han Hao was a loner. He was not bound by anyone. "What a pity," sighed Salas. An enormous thunderbolt ball descended from the sky and headed straight for Han Hao. The thunderbolt ball was the size of a small mountain. Lightning bolts were twisting and twisting within it. When the thunderbolt ball was about to land on Han Hao's head, it suddenly emitted thousands of electric arcs that formed an enormous electric net that enveloped the space around Han Hao. Although Salas did not possess the quintessence of an over-god, he was still an over-god. As soon as he made his move, the element of lightning within several hundred miles gushed into the thunderbolt ball. The electric net emitted blinding light, and the energy it contained was earth-shattering. All living creatures in the mountains nearby were charred black by the power. As the electric net covered an enormous area, Han Hao could not evade its attack. As soon as the electric net was formed, the enormous thunderbolt ball headed straight for Han Hao's head, intending to annihilate him. As soon as Salas made his move, he changed everything. The space around him was distorted by electricity. Even though Han Hao had a scroll of space in his possession, he could not escape. The terrifying thunderbolt ball landed with an earth-shattering explosion. All the trees, boulders, and living creatures in the area where Han Hao was were pulverized. Even a barren hill was crushed into stone chips by the powerful force. After the first strike, Salas didn't continue attacking. When the commotion died down, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes glowed with lightning as he looked around. He discovered that Han Hao had disappeared without a trace. There was not the slightest trace of him. Under his attack, even a high god cultivating in the Edict of Space would not be able to escape using the Edict of Space. Originally, Salas thought that Han Hao was dead for sure. But when Han Hao mysteriously disappeared without a trace, he was truly astonished. He immediately regarded Han Hao as a great threat. With a gloomy face, Salas mobilized the element of lightning and extended his divine soul outwards in an attempt to locate Han Hao's soul. However, for some unknown reason, Salas could no longer sense Han Hao's soul. Either Han Hao was very far away from him, or Han Hao had found a way to escape from his divine soul's detection. In fact, Han Hao was only 1,000 miles away from Salas. The reason why Salas could not sense Han Hao's location was that Han Hao had truly learned how to alter the shape of his soul to avoid Salas's detection. From the moment Salas's aura appeared and how Salas was able to stare at Han Hao knew that Salas must have used some method to detect his soul imprint. After thinking for a moment, Han Hao was certain that Salas must have left something on Ansyk's divine soul. When Han Hao killed Ansyk, Salas must have sensed Han Hao's soul imprint through Ansyk. The only way for Han Hao to evade Salas's pursuit was to alter his soul. Only by altering the shape of his soul would Salas be unable to track him down. For an ordinary god, it was impossible to alter their divine soul. The soul imprint was the source of their existence. Only when they made a breakthrough to a new realm would they experience some minor changes. However, it was impossible to alter the soul imprint by relying on one's own strength or using some other method. It was precisely because Salas knew this that he left a special imprint on Ansyk, so that Han Hao could sense the soul imprint of the one who killed Ansyk. It was difficult to alter the soul imprint of a god in this world. But Han Hao's life form was special, and he also cultivated demonic arts. For him this wasn't a problem. There was a kind of demonic secret technique that could alter his soul imprint. He had been silently comprehending this demonic secret technique since he was underground and experimenting with it while being chased by Salas. Finally, when Salas's thunderbolt ball came crashing down, Han Hao successfully cultivated that secret technique and altered his soul imprint. But he knew that even if his soul imprint was altered, he was temporarily no match for Salas. Therefore, he decisively used the demonic blood disassembly art to escape. Thousands of miles away in a cave, Han Hao was dripping with blood. He was sitting cross-legged in a corner motionless. After his soul imprint was altered, Han Hao no longer felt like he was being watched. However, after using the demonic blood disassembly art, his body had suffered serious injuries. Apart from his white jade-like bones, his skin, flesh, and meridians had all been torn apart. His divine energy had also been depleted. As if he could never feel pain, Han Hao's expression was calm. He slowly circulated the divine energy in his body to repair his torn skin and flesh. This body, which had been created with a special method, had miraculous regenerative abilities just like Han Shuo. His blood had long since stopped flowing, and his meridians were slowly mending under the effect of his divine energy. Han Hao's body wasn't as monstrous as Han Shuo's. It took him half a month to repair his body. When he regained his mobility, he took out the elixirs that Han Shuo had specially refined for the 5 of them and swallowed them. After recuperating for a period of time, he started to walk out of the belly of the mountain. He continuously hunted people in the vicinity and devoured their divine energy to replenish the energy he had consumed after using the demonic blood disassembly art. While Han Hao was hunting people to recover his strength, Han Shuo, who couldn't find him, came to the deity Sky Peak alone. Standing at the foot of the deity Sky Peak, Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the peak that pierced the clouds. His gaze was sinister and his expression was resolute. Chapter 857. Han Shuo went to Venomfang Mountain, but he didn't sense Han Hao at all. He searched the surrounding area, but couldn't find any trace of Han Hao. From the information provided by Rose, if anything were to happen to Han Hao, the culprit would definitely be Salus of the 5 sovereigns. Therefore, Han Shuo went to the Empyrean Peak. Salus' subordinates were stationed on the Empyrean Peak. The Empyrean Peak was like a broadsword piercing through the clouds. It was covered with all kinds of defensive boundaries. Even Han Shuo couldn't get to the top of the Empyrean Peak without alerting anyone. Han Shuo raised his head and gazed at the peak of the mountain. He unfolded his consciousness and slowly extended it outwards. He sensed one divine soul after another. After a long while, Han Shuo softly exclaimed. Through the probing of his consciousness, he sensed more than 1,000 divine souls on the Empyrean Peak. Among them, there were 10 of them with high god strength and 17 of them were late-stage high gods. Even if Salus wasn't on the Empyrean Peak, the forces on the Empyrean Peak were not something an average person could handle. After carefully sensing for a while at the foot of the mountain, Han Shuo did not act rashly. He continued to carefully search for Salus' location. After a while, Han Shuo bunched his brows. He found it rather strange that he couldn't sense Salus' presence on the Empyrean Peak at all. For experts like Salus who had surpassed high god strength, as long as they were on the Empyrean Peak, Han Shuo could more or less sense their presence. As a matter of fact, Han Shuo had used the Great Soul Searching Art. With the Great Soul Searching Art, even Sovereign Asura who was adept at concealing himself would not be able to escape Han Shuo's fiery eyes of gold. But now Han Shuo couldn't sense Salus' aura at all. Could it be that Salus wasn't on the Empyrean Peak? After thinking about it, Han Shuo was puzzled and wondered if he should go to the deity of Heaven Peak to take a look. If he were to break into the Empyrean Peak today, it would mean that he and Salus would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ever since Han Shuo entered the Fringe, although he had killed quite a number of sovereigns, he had never really gone against Salus. Because Han Shuo was not confident that he could defeat the 5 sovereigns, he chose to avoid making an enemy out of them. Now, because of Han Hao, their hostile relationship had been confirmed. If Han Shuo were to wreak havoc in the Empyrean Peak today, Han Shuo and Salus would immediately start a huge battle. Han Shuo had no choice but to be cautious. After hesitating for a long time, Han Shuo finally made up his mind and charged towards the deity Sky Peak. "Who is it?" someone shouted as soon as he entered the Empyrean Peak. Then, a small squad of Empyrean Peak guards vigilantly walked out from a dark corner. All the weapons in their hands were pointed at Han Shuo. "I want to see Salus. Send a message for me," Han Shuo said indifferently after glancing at the pair of guards. "How dare you address his lordship by his name? You are courting death." The guards of the Empyrean Peak were used to being domineering. When they heard Han Shuo address Salus by his name without using any honorifics, they immediately ordered coldly, "Seize him." The squad of 10 men moved together and surrounded Han Shuo. Unfortunately, They were only mid-god experts as they were stationed at the outermost perimeter of the Empyrean Peak. Confronting Han Shuo with such strength was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. When Han Shuo saw how arrogant and condescending those puny guards of the Empyrean Peak were, he began to understand why Little Skull Han Hao would kill that subordinate of Salus. Since Han Shuo knew that there was no turning back, he showed no mercy. Before the 10 guards could approach him, they were enveloped by an enormous bone flower. The cauldron of myriad demon left Han Shuo's body and shook in the air. The divine souls of the 10 guards flew into the cauldron as light as a feather. As the number of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon increased, cauldron spirit's power grew stronger and stronger. Now there was no need for Han Shuo to do anything. Ordinary mid-gods who were still alive would have their divine souls sucked out of their divine bodies by the light emitted by the cauldron of myriad demon. 10 wisps of grayish smoke drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon. The little cauldron of myriad demon circled around but did not return to Han Shuo's body. Instead, it hovered beside Han Shuo and flew towards the Empyrean Peak together with him. 3 energy towers simultaneously overflowed with blue radiance, forming a faint blue barrier that blocked Han Shuo's path. Before Han Shuo could destroy the barrier, shadowy figures whizzed out from the cauldron of myriad demon, surged up, and tore the blue barrier apart. The cauldron of myriad demon, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly grew to the size of a man. It struck a certain spot in between the 3 energy towers. With a loud boom, the 3 energy towers shattered in an instant, turning into stone fragments that flew in all directions. Who dares to come to the Empyrean Peak and court death? An angry shout came from halfway up the Empyrean Peak. One after another, agile figures descended from the peak. The man in the cauldron of myriad demon ignored the demons that were descending from above and continued to charge towards the peak. With the cauldron of myriad demon leading the way, the cauldron of myriad demon crumbled all the barriers and energy towers they encountered. There was no need for Han Shuo to worry at all. Along the way, the energy towers exploded and the barriers were torn apart by demon generals, allowing Han Shuo to proceed unimpeded. It was only now that Han Shuo realized that the cauldron of myriad demon's strength had indeed skyrocketed, after devouring the divine souls of hundreds and thousands of gods. The cauldron of myriad demon was originally the supreme treasure of demonic sections. It knew all kinds of demonic formations like the back of its hand. The various barriers in this world were connected to some demonic formations. With the power of demon generals, it had no trouble destroying the barriers. At first, Han Shuo was worried that the ubiquitous barriers on the Empyrean Peak would make it difficult for him to move forward. However, the cauldron of myriad demons' performance completely dispelled his worries. As the barriers and energy towers were destroyed one after another, Han Shuo's mind gradually grew frantic. It was only a matter of time before he confronted the 5 sovereigns. Now that Han Hao had killed someone, given Salus's vengeful nature, the grudge was set in stone. They couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Han Shuo. Han Shuo laughed heartily as he charged straight towards the summit of the Empyrean Peak. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The cauldron of myriad demon turned into a hazy shadow as it absorbed one divine soul after another. In just a short while, dozens of divine souls had disappeared into the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo and the cauldron of myriad demon cooperated with tacit understanding and complemented each other. With an unstoppable momentum, they charged straight for the summit. Along the way, more and more ferocious gods came out to intercept Han Shuo. However, none of them could stop Han Shuo's advance. They all died tragically at Han Shuo's hands. Even more energy towers and boundaries were destroyed by the cauldron of myriad demon. Although the cauldron of myriad demon appeared to be powerless, it helped Han Shuo solve his greatest problem. Master, be careful. The new barrier is very powerful. Cauldron spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shuo. Han Shuo focused his gaze and discovered that the final pass to the summit was filled with terrifying bolts of lightning. The lightning crackled as it leaped about, as if it had a life of its own. forming an enormous ring that surrounded the summit. Without a doubt, this was the final barrier deployed by Salus. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.